Hello. Just trying to set a few things up. My timing is so bad. I'm like 20 minutes late. It's to be expected. Especially for me. Okay. Ignore this. I'm trying something. Is that what this is? Let's try it. Oh. I don't think anybody can see it. Nope. Can't even be played. No. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this. This again? No. This, nope. This, no. Just gonna. We're just gonna do this. This. And that. Okay, fine. Let's do it like this. Oh, you guys can see my face. Let's see if I can find it in here. Nope. Oh, there goes that idea. I was trying to do something, but I'll have to do it later off stream. I'm so behind today. So behind. Such is life, right? Sometimes it just happens. There's so many things you want to do, and then time just escapes you. Well, in any case, we're just gonna dive on in and hope nothing gets scuffed. That's just how it goes, right? Okay. Hi! I am back. What is this? I did not... Okay. This is going to be... Sorry, there's like a couple of things on here I did not mean to do. And it just did something weird. Just give me a sec. I'm just trying to bring... Oh. There we go. Alright. So, what are we doing today? Well, we are finishing Tell Me Why. It's going to be a long one, so grab your snacks. I have mine. It is popcorn. Yes, I like popcorn. Feeling it. Alright. So... We're going to be playing Tell Me Why, Chapter 3. We are going to finish it. And hope you guys can hear it, because I did not test run this. I'm basically relying on OBS to not put me in a bad spot. If you hear any music in the background, that's a different playlist. Getting into the spooky vibes. I double checked, and I think these particular people do like D&D kind of music vibes, so you have something for your D&D stuff. I just think it's good for streaming, so hopefully it works. That's only if you guys can hear it. If not, better for me. Alright. Hi, Rizzy. So, I am better from last week. Long and short version of it, I got nasty cold sores in my mouth. Yes, the cold sores that you'd find on your lips can sometimes go in your mouth. I'm not going to give you any details, other than it was really hard to eat and really hard to talk, and also made my tongue white. I'm better now, and this week was much smoother for me for work purposes. Other than that, it was fine. Oh, I gotta, like, details, but I don't think we mind about that. Let me open up the game and pray that nothing gets scuffed. Pray. Well, actually, it's like this, but cross my fingers too. Oh no! I hate that. Oh, spilling stuff on your bed. That's not good. Oh, right, you guys can't even see it. I'm so off my game. I was trying to do the starting soon and be right back screens, but... oh well. Next time I'll have this down. Hopefully. Let's see. Rosie, can you tell me if you can hear the game at all? Well, I guess you can't really hear, nothing wrong with a healthy amount of scuff. Oh no. Oh, it is 4K. I saw it. Okay. Maybe the audio needs to be turned up a little bit more? Hopefully it doesn't sound too loud. Yay! Okay. This is what happens when you don't prepare and streams, people. Do not pull a me. Please do not pull a me. Starting screen sounds. That's a good sign. That means it's working. Okay, so the reason why I'm not doing a recap of this game is because this game, when you're starting the next chapter, already does it for you. So I don't have to do that. Let's go right into it, shall we? I'll feel a lot better when we get into a groove.
Once upon a time, in a deep and ancient forest, crafty goblins faced the truth about the darkness in the big wooden house.
It had come for the wise princess, driving her mad and causing her to attack them.
When they started asking questions about the princess in the darkness, the goblins realized that no one else in the forest wanted to know the truth.
So they dug and searched and asked hurtful questions, learning more about the wise princess than they had ever hoped to.
But the search took its toll. The darkness was proving too much for Sister Goblin, and yet Brother Goblin kept diving deeper and deeper until Sister Goblin finally said, enough.
And that was how the goblins found themselves separated again, hurt and confused, with so many unanswered questions and too many open wounds.
Okay. This part is very interesting. I'm not explaining why, but that is interesting to me. And I will get to it because it does happen early on. But yeah, essentially, this is exactly what I'm talking about. And it's good that it's mentioned in a more story kind of way, because it doesn't leave with details, it just makes it more simplistic. But this does show, like, where in the path of grief they are. Tyler is in the end stages, meaning he's trying to heal. Whereas Allison is a good example of that part of grief where you're pushing it away as much as possible, putting it in a box. Put that box in another box. Bury that box in a ditch. And if it arrives, smash it with a hammer. Yes, that joke was completely intentional. But my point is pretty simple. You're pushing it away and hoping it never surfaces ever again. That's kind of what Allison's trying to do. Push it away, start anew, forget about it. Kind of like everyone else in town. Which shows the different of mindsets everybody else is in. which is very fascinating because it's kind of it makes sense why I veer towards Tyler. Also, I personally can relate to him, but we're not gonna get into that. Let's get into let's just continue before my mouth just decides to have a tongue twister. Man.
Allison, wake up.
I saw that name. I saw that name. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Into the... Oh, no. No. Right. Sorry. Wanna... see you guys. There we go. I want to see chat on my phone, so I just want to make sure. Let's see. Yeah, pretty much. Let's just continue. I'll tell you this much. If there's a deceased report, yeah, she's definitely dead. Not deceased report, autopsy report. There's a difference. So, how was she alive? Yeah, that's a good question, isn't it? One I cannot answer. No. 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 Mm-mm. Oh! Oh! Hell no! I had a soundboard thing, it would have techno's nope. Nope, 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 a double nope. Woman, get out of my stream, woman. Yeah, getting chills while the scene is ice. Nice. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, 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 please, no, get away from me. Don't you dare smile at me! Oh, even the background's floating around. That's nice. And birding, yeah, that's nice to think about. Birding. No.
She could only go forward and find a new place for herself in this world, where she was no longer truly a princess in a tiara and a beautiful gown,
Creepy.
but a wan woman, alone in a deep and ancient wood.
Why that line? Why that line in particular? Oh, that's haunting. Very visual, but haunting. Kinda perfect for this month. Un momento. 5-second rule. Don't ask. Oh, I paused at just the right moment. Yeah, no. Oh, lovely.
You killed me.
You killed me!
Inheritance. Ooh, there's interesting. I'll tell you that much. She's not getting possessed. Oh, there were some other things going on. Yeah, I know, right? That was a dream. That was all a dream. In her head. A nightmare that is conducted from her own brain. Yeah, there are very many layers to that. It goes back to what I've said earlier in the stream, she blames herself. She can't get out of that cycle of blaming herself for causing her mother's death. But if we remember, the autopsy report proves that Allison didn't really kill her. In fact, I'm gonna say this, her mother actually killed herself because she didn't swim up. Now, you think that she could have swum up. She could have swum up if she knew how to swim. She didn't know how to swim. It could have been an accident. Either way, it does not change anything in the fact that the law would still protect them no matter how you look at it. Yeah. Yeah. There's so many layers to that, I don't even know where to start. Oh, yeah. I thought she was screaming at this part. Like, muffling her voice to scream. Yeah, exactly. Marianne finished the job while Allison just provided the pain. But Allison doesn't say that, though. She doesn't understand that. She still believes she's the one that caused it, despite the fact that there are evidence proving that she only caused pain, not total death. Oh, yes. Sorry. Oh, look. Writing I can actually read, but somewhat can't. Whatever will I do? Oh, look! The read button. Everybody's favorite button. It is my favorite button in the whole world in this game. Oh yeah, we also figured out that Uncle Eddie was kind of a jerk and still... How do I put this lightly? Toxic. Cue that Britney Spears song. I don't know the rest of this song to save my life. Not that great of a singer. Definitely. Morning. I'll start collecting the documents you need for your rental application. Left the file for you downstairs in the kitchen corner. If you're still coming to meet Dee for lunch, you can drop off the documents and I'll make some copies for you. Take it easy today. Uncle Eddie. P.S. My famous backup buckwheat waffles are slowly growing cold in the kitchen. Okay. Say what you want about Eddie. But me, I would have gone downstairs and eat those waffles. That's me. I don't care what kind of a mood you're in, Allison. You need to eat. You need to eat, woman. Eat! And yes, I'm mad.
He's right. Time to get my shit together.
Wait. Hold on a second. Time and I against any two. Pro quo, I think that's the saying goes.
I guess I'll have to start fresh with these in Juneau.
Read button. Hmm. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Dirty girl. You know what also just popped into my head? She doesn't she doesn't think she has a passion. Which reminds me of something else. But also I think she doesn't have like a specific goal or passion. Because she's still stuck in that loop of I killed my own mother, I put my brother in jail. She's still in that toxic mindset where she doesn't have any passions because she's stuck in that box. And her brother is finding a way to help himself and her to get out of that box. Allison's just stubborn. That literally just popped into my head. I'm like, oh my gosh, that would make a whole lot of sense. When you have negative thoughts, they just start with one, and it gets constant. And then it goes to an endless cycle to where it wears you down, and then you just feel destroyed. Am I speaking from experience? Maybe. Do you know that? No. Some of you might.
Never could bring myself to send these. Whenever I tried to tell him how much I missed him, it felt unfair.
Ooh. Read button. Awesome. Oh. The read button always coming in at the clutch. Alright. Sorry. Okay, cool. Hold on a second. Perfect. This is the read button stand account. Yes. Hi Tyler. I know we haven't talked on the phone in a while, but I think that's mostly my fault. So I'm sorry. I've been so wrapped up with my own problems. Sometimes I forget you aren't that far away. Yeah, that's kind of how it starts. Senior year has been the worst ever. I dated this guy for a few months, Bobby. Hopefully you don't remember him. Only to realize he was a total jerk who didn't give a crap about me and didn't know why. You know what? Let's just read it like it is. Total jerk who didn't give a shit about me. I don't know why it took me so long to figure that out, or why it take over my entire school year. I let it take over my entire school year. I honestly feel so stupid, but I also feel stupid for feeling stupid. Okay, I'm gonna confess. I've been there before. I've been there. Anyway, I think that's why I'm trying to say is life sucks without you. I miss you, I miss your presence, I miss talking in our voice. Do you want to come to my graduation party next Friday? Nothing amazing. We'll have dinner with Uncle Uncle Eddie and some neighbors. Tessa might swing by. I'd really love it if you were there. I realize now I could just call you and invite you, but I don't know why I'm writing a letter, but maybe with all the time apart, I've forgotten how to communicate with you. I'm sorry, I hope we can get back to where we were someday soon. Love, Allison. Yum.
Wish I could just book a one-way ticket to the other side of the world.
Oh, no, you don't, Missy. You are not running away from your problems. You've been doing enough of that your whole life. You are going to face these problems with me in the driver's seat. You need to face your problem. You need to face your problems, young lady. I was trying to make her, like, go back and forth, sporadically, but I don't know.
I could do my laundry. Ugh,
Funny.
maybe later.
I was actually doing some laundry today, but, I will finish the rest of it after stream. No, I'm not avoiding my problems. No, not at all. I am just... sorting out my priorities. Yes, that's it.
Good to know I look just as bad as I feel.
What are you talking about? You look great. Yes.
There's not enough concealer in the world to erase the night I had.
I feel like a lot of women, or a lot of people that use makeup, sometimes, not all of them, will use makeup to try to, like, look a certain way, as if to avoid, like, I don't look, basically what she said, like, to erase the problems when they look fine. They just don't know how to communicate as well. It makes sense. You try to look a certain... Excuse you. Excuse you, notification. Did I say you could interrupt me? No. Yeah. I feel like we all do in some way of having self-esteem problems. It's just fact. You just don't like to talk about the fact that everybody has problems. Mm-hmm.
Good to know I look just as bad as I feel.
You look fine, Allison. You don't need to beat yourself up. Okay? No sad faces. No frowns. Just happy faces and positivity. I forget how that line goes in Kingdom Hearts, but that's pretty much the extent of it. No sad faces, just smiles. Basically, we run on a happy ship. No negativity allowed. And on this ship, no negativity allowed.
How did we go from being so alike to total opposites? I gotta think about something else.
I can think of something. 10 years apart, having different things going on in the past 10 years. That could pretty much do it. 10 years is a long time.
Now would be a good time to stop smoking and maybe do a detox or 12.
This is like a very subtle, I think this is a subtle way of saying she smoked, but I don't know how often. But my guess is she's had a problem smoking before. I don't know if she had a problem drinking. That's a different thing altogether. I cover up the mirror. You're fine. You look fine. I know you don't feel fine right now, but you need to be more confident in yourself. Yes. Yes, you do. Now let's go out the door, and you're going to eat. Or so help me. I'm going to do something that'll make you happy.
I gotta take care of that rental application.
I am trying to get you to open the door, woman. That's what we're doing. Okay.
I miss the slopes. Eddie looks so young here. The days have gotten so short. It's gonna be a long winter.
Sure, Rosie, I'll let you have them. Sunset... Title schedule? Why do you have a title schedule? Okay, I might be so out of the loop on this, but why does he have a title schedule? Is it to keep track of the ties and to make sure that they aren't, well, damaging any property? Because I know people in Florida right now aren't doing so hot. If anybody from Florida is watching, please be safe. Please make sure you're in a safe spot, and if you're watching this, be sure you're not anywhere near water or something. Basically, be safe. Please be
I
safe.
should go check what Eddie left downstairs.
Yeah, we'll do that. Let's do that. Oh, right. This is probably where...
I should probably eat something. God, I feel so weak.
Okay. That was a missed opportunity. Oops. Oh well, we'll roll with it. Probably for the best anyway, because I know what happens. Okay, since they have the voice, just be note that if anything bothers you, you have my permission to pause, step away, do whatever you do to make yourself feel better, because, if you think Chapter 2 was spicy, Chapter 3 is like, hold my beer. That's not a joke, by the way.
So many months of snow boots ahead.
I wonder if anybody else from, got some sandwiches, yeah, some food. We're going for a long stream tonight, people. A long stream, so grab your snacks. It's gonna be a long one.
Eddie looked pretty concerned when I came home last night. I should have talked to him about what happened, but what the hell was I supposed to say?
Hi, Dad. Oh, yeah. Hi, Uncle Eddie. I've had a pretty rough night, uncovering some stuff, and still kind of recovering from the shit that you pulled on me. So, could you not talk to me for a bit? I'm just not in a good mood tonight. Something like that.
Still can't believe Eddie never told me he was paying for fireweed.
I'm still surprised he was... he did anything, to be honest.
I'm glad he never pushed me to change my last name.
Oh, thank God. I don't remember if I saw this. I probably have. But this is actually nice that they did that. And if you hear any meowing, it's my cat. Excuse you, cat. I did not ask you to claw that couch. Don't you walk away from me. Come here. Yeah. Sorry, my cat likes to, my cat Roxy likes to be annoying. See? To me, she's annoying. To my mom, she is her favorite person. To my dad, she wants love. So in this scenario, I'm the older sister she likes to annoy. It's not a joke, it's actually true. Father unknown, estranged family members. Okay. But basically, this was a subtle little thing to do because you don't really think about it in games like this, or even in stories. This is a small detail saying, hey, she didn't change her name, she actually kept it. And I'm wondering if it's only because of Tyler. Because if I were to bet, if it was just her... Excuse you, cat. You cannot nibble on me. Okay, fine. Yeah. Roxy is sweet. She
Come
wants
on.
attention.
Paperwork.
Sorry, Allison. My cat demands attention. But, yeah. Basically, I think she only kept her for Tyler, not for the sake of her brother. She would have definitely dropped the nameless heartbeat. Ah, excuse me. Ugh. See? There's a cat in my background. Come here. Come here. Yeah. She likes to nibble at me for attention. It's sort of what cats do. They either nibble for attention, or they nibble because they're overstimulated. That's an actual fact. It is a known fact that cats have long-term memory, and do have favorites. And I think it's because, like, they mostly rely on smell. Yes, I know a lot about cat stuff. Can I play my game now? Are you okay? Let's see. Okay.
That was a good memory, even though Tyler couldn't come.
It's not that far off to think that we may be related to cats. Don't even get me started about that.
Eddie must have been back and forth to Juneau all the time to these shows before he got stuck here taking care of me.
Roxy just left. She's just like, okay, I'm done here. I got my attention, now I will leave.
Don't think Eddie's worn this since that terrible blind date 2 years ago. I don't think I know any Claires in Delos Crossing, but I shouldn't be snooping in here.
We do not talk about this. We do not talk about Claire. Like we do not talk about Bruno. Because there are some things you may never want to know. Definitely do not want to know. There we go. Sorry. Popcorn getting stuck in one part of my mouth. So annoying.
Haven't heard him play in a while. It just sits there collecting dust.
Ooh, I get a nice story to tell you about all this. My dad used to play bass in a band a long time ago, before I was even born. So in the closet, I think he had 2 basses. I think he still has one of them. The other one he gave to my cousin. And I don't know if I mentioned this on stream before, but basically, we're not related by blood, but basically it's that our friendship is so strong, even our families are friends, kind of a thing. So they might as well be family. Technically, I have 4 cousins in this family. And the second one is the second oldest. He was doing the whole music thing. I don't know if he still plays the bass. Probably does for like church stuff. Other than that, I've never seen my dad play in modern day. But I did see a video of him, VHS tape. You won't find it online. Don't even try. Of him playing, but it would have been nice to see him play again. Will he ever? No idea.
This is personal.
I mean, it could be the innocent people we are and not read it. Or get some serious payback and totally snoop. We're totally gonna snoop. Is his payback, son? Sorry, my mouth is like really weird. And it really bugs me, so. My dearest son, I know I'm not getting better this time. I'll try a different voice. My dearest son, I know I'm not getting better this time, so I wanted to write a few things down for you. I'm sorry to be leaving you so soon. I had you late in life. But I still thought there would be more time. It makes me happy to know you will have the clan when I am gone, and you will have your auntie to look after you. You have always seemed to know when it is time to leave. From the time you were a year old, you knew which shoe belonged on which feet. And you used to bring me mine whenever I was getting ready to go somewhere. I could never figure out how you knew I was ready to leave. But there you be, with my shoes every time. You never cared, never cried, or made a fuss. Just helped me on my way. I hope this leaving won't be just as easy. And though I won't see you and fetch me my shoes, I know you'll help me on my way. Your strength has always been to accept what is, and to do what needs to be done. I am so proud of you for joining the police force. People are going to look to you as a leader now, and I know you won't let them down. Please help the young people remember our way of life. We have thrived as a people since time before memory, because of our cultural values. Don't let them lose that. Also remember how important it is to attend to everyone, not just the ones who fit in. It is our way to lift up and to lift each other up. Everyone has something to offer to the community. They may not even see it in themselves, so you have got to show them. Help them along their path as you have always done. Remember, when you lift others, it makes you stronger too. Oh, great. Bleh. I have no idea what I just said. I probably just butchered that up, but... Sounded like Puffy pretending to be old lady. I was just trying to do an old lady impression. Or a sick old lady impression. I need to get better at my impressions, but I am trying to do better with my voices. Because people like when I do voices. It's so interesting, especially when I read. I learned in a class a long time ago, if you make it into somewhat of a performance, children literally love it. I tried it with my fourth graders. Literally works every time. I totally recommend it.
I gotta take care of that rental application.
I know. First.
A secret keeper in her secret keep. Maybe there's something in the Book of Goblins that'll help me figure this out.
Oh, story time. You know what that means? More voices. Sorry about that. Internet can be friend, and it can be foe. And it can be frenemies. Literally depends. Once upon a time, in the deep and ancient forest, the crafty goblin spied on the secret keeper. She made her rounds gathering up secrets that the animals of the forest had for sale. Interesting. How? Said the first goblin. How does she keep people's secrets? Do you suppose she peels open their heads? Let's find out, said the second. And also watch, and also, you see, I'll need you a lower tone for one of them. Ow, said the first goblin. How does she get people's secrets? Do you suppose she peels open their heads? Let's find out, said the second. And also the goblins watched the secret keeper. And so, the goblins watched the secret keeper. They watched her until the stalwart moose, Betty, came to her, head hanging low. It was my fault. I chose the uneven trail. It was my fault. I chose the uneven trail. I cannot bear to remember. The secret keeper nodded and gazed into Stalwart Moose's eyes. Though the goblins couldn't hear anything, they knew she was speaking to the moose, for the secret keeper spoke in people's minds with the gift of the voice. After a few minutes, the Stalwart Moose blinked. I feel lighter, said Moose. Did I just give you something? The secret keeper nodded, handing him a coin. The Stalwart Moose nodded and plodded along down the trail. The hell does that mean? He spied the goblins hiding in the woods, and their narrowed his eyes, for he knew the goblins were often up to mischief. The two goblins whistled innocently, and the moose was forced to carry on because they were not doing anything obviously bad. I need to know what the secret was, said one of the goblins. Let's go buy it. So the goblins approached the secret keeper before she could stow away Moose's secret. We want to buy Moose's secret. What do you have to trade? Asked the secret keeper, her voice filling their minds. The goblins produced a long silvered hairbrush they had stolen from the princess, and the secret keeper nodded. And that is how the goblins came to know that the moose's mate had tumbled down a cliffside to her death. Well then, the secret keeper moved on. The first of the goblins said, I want to know more. So the goblins followed the secret keeper, hoping to find where she hid those secrets. They followed her to the peak of a nearby ridge and watched as she stowed the rest of the day's secrets high in a cloud. When she had gone, they had climbed a high spruce tree that disappeared into the misty sky. They reached out and just managed to dip their hands in the clouds. Their heads were filled with memories, and they snatched their hands back out, as if they had just thrusted them in boiling water. Tears poured down their cheeks. That was how the secret keeper found them, crying in the train. You stole my secrets, seized the secret keeper. Give them back, the crafty goblin. Give them back. The crafty goblin stopped crying because they saw an opportunity. What will you give us in exchange? What will you give us in exchange? They asked. I will give you back the silver-handed hairbrush, offered the secret keeper. For so many secrets, pshaw, you'll have to offer more than that. What if, said the secret keeper, I shared the gift of voice? The crafty goblins grew excited. That will do. So, the secret keeper shared the gift of the voice with the goblins, and immediately they found that they could hear one another's thoughts and feel each other's feelings. Good hint of both telepathic and empathic. The crafty goblins gave back the secrets they had taken and ran back to the big wooden house. There they found the princess preparing food. They tried to peer in her mind, but they found it was a blink. They tried to speak to her using only their own minds, but she could not hear them. It seemed the secret keeper was craftier than the crafty goblins, for she had only shared enough of her power to let the goblins use the gift of voice with each other and not with the whole of the forest. And that is how the goblins stole the gift of the voice from the secret keeper. But why they could only use it with each other. Basically, do not mess with the secret keeper.
Maybe there's something in the Book of Goblins that'll help me figure this out. Looks like this is coin operated.
Coin. Wait.
A secret keeper and her secret keep. Looks like this is coin operated.
Okay, so what we need to do is find a coin. Telepathic abilities. I like to think that's probably how they think they got the voice as kids. But I think in reality, it might be the latter. Okay. Nope, nothing there. Okay, all we need to do is find a coin. We gotta keep up.
Something's not right. What is this? I always loved this one.
Sorry, it was the way that was delivered. Like, oh my gosh, I'm panicking. Oh, I love this painting. That's like me in general. Like, something could, in my brain, something serious could pop up in my brain, and the next minute, oh look, pretty object. Like, literally, that is pretty much exactly what happens.
He doesn't like this kind of attention, but he really does so much for the community.
Dear Chief Brown, thank you so much for bringing our children home safe last weekend. Without you, they might have gotten behind the wheel, and who knows what could have happened to them or anyone else. We'll always be grateful for your wisdom. Thanks again for keeping us off the books. They are good kids who made a mistake, and Lord knows how police records can compromise a children's future. We know know they will remember your words for a long time, but please rest assured that we will do whatever we can to make sure they understand the extent of what could have occurred. They can raise awareness among their peers in the community. God bless you. Gail and Toby Locknear, Karen and Brooke, and Bertie Moore. Sheesh! That was a low dig. Be together to remember stuff. Okay. This is not exactly comprehended of how Allison can use the voice herself when she hasn't probably used it in years. My thing is, because they were cut off from each other, when Tyler went to Fireweed, I think it was only when they came back together when the voice became a thing again. And I think it's connected to their synergy. Like, they always felt like each other's friend. They felt close, they felt strong, like you can't break them apart. Well, they did. And that's how this connection is a bit fragile. So, I will make sense of this. Now they can use it on their own, but it is not that strong. And it's like, I don't know how to explain it in science, but two things with a lot of energy don't have a lot of energy as they do apart. But together, they have enough strength to literally do all those things. Because if they're come from one another, because they literally can hear each other's thoughts, feel each other's feelings. They literally are like one person in two bodies. If that makes any sense. However, now they're apart again because now they're frustrated over what they've known so far. And Allison can make whatever's going on in Allison's mind mixes with their powers, literally has this effect. It may not be obvious right now, but literally this goes to the idea of what happens if you mix mental health, like mental health issues, and powers. And I don't think a lot of comic books go that far. So, this is great for me. Because I've always been curious.
Come on. Paperwork.
Come on, good bird.
I need to get all that paperwork together. Maybe that'll help me focus and clear my head. I can't really eat anything right now.
Are you kidding me, woman? You need to eat! Oi! Rosie, these 12s are yours. Enjoy. Woman, you so
I wish Eddie's mom could have taught me how to do this.
Basket weaving? Sometimes I feel like basket weaving is the butt of many jokes. Yes. Ooh, more stuff to read. Sauteed granite onion and garlic in melted butter over low to medium heat. Add celery and carrots and wait until they are soft. Add potatoes, vegetables, broth, and seasoning to taste. Celery, salt, black pepper, paprika, crushed red pepper flakes. Cover and simmer until potatoes are cooked. Add creamy corn and crab meat. Fresh parsley, heat and simmer. It's served hot and boils with wedges of lemons on the side. Enjoy! Yes, warm waffles are the best. Warm is definitely better because it has better of the flavor set. Lunch with D, Wednesday.
Maybe if I make something for Dee,
At
it'll
the
help
B-Day
calm
gift.
me down. I should have let myself enjoy these trips more.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Eddie says there's a plant for every pain, except heartache.
That is very true. Now they're sharing recipes. That recipe is for something else, not for waffles. Why would you add celery to waffles?
I so don't want to go back to the station. Not after yesterday.
Oh, the drama at the station only happened yesterday. It was a day. Sheesh. Yeah, that's a little awkward.
Must be great to feel like you belong somewhere. Anywhere.
Yikes. Mm-hmm.
I wonder if I'll ever hear from Tina again.
Oh, there's the wallet. Ooh, wait. Oh, hell yes. Okay. Now we're
What
cooking.
if I just packed a bag and left? Never looked back.
Allison, we discussed this. You are not running away from your problems. I forbid it. As long as I am controlling you, you are not running away from your problems. No, sir, no ma'am, no beef, no ham. It did sound good, that recipe.
A secret keeper and her secret keep.
Mm-hmm. By the way, I never solved this puzzle in my first time around, so this was I'm going completely blind. Yes!
It worked. I wonder why it needed a coin.
Because you needed to pay for their secrets. Yes! Oh yes, more collectible stuff! Yes, I'm dancing like an idiot, but I do not care. I actually was so bugged by that puzzle. I literally was. I feel so dumb for not thinking of the obvious. So yeah, I finally am happy I got that figured out. Literally was going to bug me. I'm not even joking.
Here's the file. Just need my ID and pay stubs. Okay.
We were family, Allison. How could you do this to me?
Fuck. I've got to think about something else. Focus. ID and pay stubs.
It's okay, Allison. No need to panic.
Eddie loved his Mishka so much.
Hmm.
God, the world feels so fucking small right now. I've got to find a way to get out of my head.
Yep. Sorry, I'm just gonna have some food for a second. Wait. Rambu tried to put a bag of spaghetti in his cereal? To anyone else, that sounds completely off, but to me, that actually just makes sense. Rambu just seems like the kind of person that would think of something so completely random and think, this might work.
I haven't had any time to sketch lately.
Say what? Girl, these are your drawings? Girl, I think I know what your career should be. Artist. You need to be an artist. I swear to God, woman, you have such good artistry. You need to go to art school. Your art would sell. Not even
I wonder
kidding.
what Tyler's up to out at the house.
Probably exhausting himself for no good reason.
I don't feel like listening to anything right now.
Oh, the heartstrings. To me, I am the complete opposite. Music is like my soul. Like, literally, I love music. So, listening to music helps. Especially right now. It's like silence if I have it paused. But I have, music going on in the background. One that says conspiracy. That is literally funny. I'm not even joking. The title is literally conspiracy. I find that funny. Anyway, I like to have music in the background because it makes a empty space feel home. It's actually common for people who really are not comfortable being alone. It's kind of why when Rambu was like, yeah, I'm perfectly fine being in the house by myself. I was, like, concerned because I know people don't mind being alone. I'm the complete opposite. I like being around people I feel comfortable with. This is where I'm an omnivert. I have extroverted and introverted tendencies. I don't care if feature says there's only two. There is a thing where it says omnivert, but I'm digressing. I think she likes music, she's just not in the mood to listen to music right now. You have to remember, she has a record player upstairs in her room. He's like, shouldn't add this bag of spaghetti, but I really want to add the bag of spaghetti, but I'm not going to add the bag of spaghetti. Terrible. I vaguely remember seeing a stream about that. I vaguely remember that now.
I don't feel like listening to anything right now.
Plus, this might be how bad she's feeling right now, to the point where even music would just damage her in some way. When I really think she's just trying to be apathetic. The opposite of empathetic. Yeah, exactly. And a music would be an escape for her head. That's exactly how it is for me.
I wonder what Michael would think about all this. Would he even get it?
Oh. We are getting him involved in this. Okay? One, BFFs for him. He is a BFF person. Two, you need to talk to someone. He is a person to trust. I do not care, Allison. You need to get out of your head, and I am going to make sure you get out of your own head. Because I am in your head right now. If we're talking lore-wise. I am the voice in your head. You need to listen to me.
Gosh, I thought shooting some hoops would help me forget all this.
Yes, literally. I'm not going to say anything.
I wish you could just change your mood as easily as a record.
Technically speaking, music can go through different frequencies, which the brain can register, so technically speaking, it can. But as easily? No. Can it help with that? A little bit. Right. Do we need again?
Where did I stash my pay stubs? And where did my wallet end up last night?
By the way, funny story. Since I had my first job, my mom's been bugging me about pay stubs. So I'm going also in this in a different light.
Here's my ID.
Fun fact, it took me forever to find the wallet.
This place was never much more than a bachelor pad, huh? There was so much I planned to do. All those sacrifices I made. And how do you repay me? Lying to my face? You're not my child. My clan deserves better.
It's a lie.
Stop it, Allison. You have to stop torturing yourself. Just grab your pay stubs so you can get the hell out of here.
By the way, that's not true. Oh, that's for that. Okay, I need to clarify something. I remember watching this from like my previous few streams, and I realized it didn't really give better context. I did watch Ramdu's point of view of this, but only after my first playthrough of this game. So technically speaking, I played this game before I watched Rambu's point of view of the same game. Glad I got that off my chest. And he actually did the same thing I am doing with Allison, being a voice in their heads. It was actually kind of entertaining. That's kind of where I picked that up. Mainly because I just think it's super funny. And I never thought about it like that. Sometimes even the youth take what? Even the young give wisdom to the old. And in this context, I'm actually older than Rambu.
I can't leave without all my application stuff.
Hey, I was giving you an out. I was trying to test you, see if you could have an out.
I told him I wanted to stop messing with those memories, but he wouldn't listen.
Uh-oh. Oh no, not this one!
Sister, we look out for each other. That's what you said. But you don't mean what you say, do you? They're just words. You left me, Allison, all alone and scared.
It's a lie. It's a lie. That's the critic talking. In psychology, there's this thing called the self-critic, and then the Gemini critic. The one that's the voice of reason, and the other that is the critic that will tell every little lie. Even if it's the truth, it will still be lying to you because it's not giving you good feedback to yourself. And that critic is louder than the reason because the critic loves attention. The best way to deal with the critic is by trying to remember all the good stuff as well. That's why you need to practice gratitude, because it resets the brain of thinking positive.
What the hell is wrong with me?
You're fine. You're just going through a lot.
God, where is it?
Underneath the bed.
Not here. Here they are. Okay, I think I've got everything I need for the application. Now would be a good time to stop smoking and maybe do a detox.
Or 12.
Where's that coming from? Where did I leave my phone last night?
Sorry if that looked weird on the camera, but I can't hear a thing. Oh wait, I hear somewhat of a tune. Oh, dang it. I needed to go back upstairs. I'm such an idiot. I needed to put back with the thing. Dang it. Oh well. Oh, it's Mommy Dearest.
My dove. Only thieves and monsters hide in the dark. Fly back to the light, Allison.
Ooh. I have a super cute theory about this one. After seeing this, it felt very weird why her mother would say that to her if it's in her head. I think in some ways her subconscious is battling herself. And one part of her subconscious is trying to reach Allison, I'm trying to talk her out of her own head, of trying to give her positivity and an escape. I think somehow, in some way, Marianne's ghost, as creepy as that sounds, is trying to tell Allison to move on, to not be stuck in your head, to heal, and to find a way to escape from yourself. I don't know if that makes any sense, but when she says fly back to the light, part of her brain knows she's succumbing to darkness. Probably because the darkness was too much, and it makes the most sense. It literally does. My brain does. So yeah.
No. I cannot deal with you right now. No phone here.
No, but it was fun to look.
God, where is it?
I know where the phone is. I'm just searching because I can.
Not here.
And to see all the lines of dialogue.
No phone here.
By the way, the glow underneath is actually so realistic to a real phone.
What's it doing here?
That part's only not
Hey, Dee.
realistic.
Finally. I was starting to get worried. Why didn't you pick up?
Yeah, sorry. I didn't have my phone on me.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to make sure we were still on for lunch.
Yeah, of course. I'm getting ready right now.
That so? Because it kind of sounds like I woke you up.
That's just how I sound. But anyways, I still have a few things to do before I can leave, but I'll be there.
All right, hun. See you soon.
Get it together, Allison. Come on. Grab the file, get dressed, and head out. Or it'd be nice to make a gift for Dee. God, I was not in the right headspace to make something last night. I should try it again.
I am a firm believer of doing something creative and
I've
artistic
been
to help
pretty
with your
grinchy about
moods.
Christmas since I came here. Eddie tries so hard. I've been pretty grinchy about Christmas since I came here. Eddie tries so hard. You should have taken care of yourself first, Marianne. We deserved that. I don't remember any of this.
Of course you don't remember any of it. You're literal babies. I should know. I actually see how 6 months to a year-old babies actually behave. You don't remember anything. You're literally just aware of the space. You're just trying things out. You don't really understand it yet. It's only when you're 2 or 3 you're starting to be a little bit more daring. God, do I know that too well. I deal with twins. And they are not... They're fun, and they're not at the same time.
Eddie can't cope with getting rid of any of Carol's stuff.
I can understand that. Now.
Tyler and I should bike around the lake when we've patched things up.
Totally. Probably when the lake is a bit more solid. Read button! Department fishing game, blah 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 blah. Oh, it's a pyramid. Sorry, this looks cool. The second rule. I look up and I see the Spotify on my on the PlayStation. The song is now called Dracula, Seduction, Flight, and Bite. I don't even want to know. 10 salmon. 10 flounders. I wonder if this is realistic to a real permit. I'm not a fishing expert. I, however, did learn how to fish once upon a time. That was a long time ago.
Eddie's been too busy to fish lately. I know he's missing it.
Ain't missing much. You ain't missing much.
I miss you, pup.
Basically, he used to have a dog. Okay. Now, Allison, do your thing.
I've got enough time to carve something for Dee.
Yes, we are making something for Dee, because you need something to distract yourself and feel better about yourself. And nothing makes you feel better more than creating something while in your moods. Trust me, it happens. The details on the skin are insane. I just realized that. Like, sheesh. That's pretty. Uh-oh.
Morning. Hey, Allie.
Hey. Hi, guys. What are you doing here?
Tessa and I were worried after you called in sick last night. She's busy at the cafe, but she sent over some coconut cake, since you won't be making it in for lunch.
That's nice, Tom. Thanks.
I'm gonna head on inside. Freezing my butt off out here.
Yep.
Okay.
Art makes me feel better
thanks.
too.
Is Tyler not around today?
Saying this right now. Sus. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Sus. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry, my mom was texting me. That's what that sound notification was. And of course I get a notification on YouTube saying, Wilbur's suit can't handle this. I think I know what that's about. I've been seeing clips non-stop today of Dream just FaceTiming other members of the Dream SMP. And honestly, I'm hooked on this. Sorry, straight popcorn. Excuse you, Mom. I should totally put this on silent. Okay. And the common thing I get is handsome. And I'm scared. My favorite reaction was James Merritt. He's like, please be ugly. Please be ugly. Fuck. It's my favorite clip. And I'm so going back to it because it's so hilarious. Oh my gosh. The fact that he's hot makes it scary. Protect the barn? What barn? What have I missed? Okay. Sorry, going back to the game. He's busy, dude.
No, he's, busy. Out at the old house.
I see. It must be hard to sell the place you grew up in.
We jumped from Tyler to the house. I already know the story, by the way, but that just seems sus. That just seems sus. I'm just saying. This bird is fine. I'm gonna cry. I should have said that. Please just accept that. I love that. He's busy, noob. No, I said dude. Though noob is probably the new dude. Anyway. Yeah. I have a feeling that Dream might be one of those people that is hot but sees himself as not that great, or is not confident in himself. Kind of like Allison, not wanting to look herself in the mirror. Things like that. Oh, Tom is definitely on a sus arc.
So many memories, right?
Oh, it's okay. We'll get over it.
I really hope so. So, Tessa told me a little bit about what happened at the cemetery.
Yeah, I'm sorry it got so intense. It's just, we really needed to understand why Marianne did what she did. Especially Tyler.
Oh, of course. She gets that. You
Sound
two
like a
didn't
villain
say
saying
anything
that.
she wasn't already thinking. She spent years blaming herself.
Well, she wasn't the only one involved. There was a lot of blame to go around.
By the way, I think I just noticed the jacket. The jacket looks very similar to the guy that basically used the door, decked it out on Tyler. So, Tom is our first suspect. He has a jacket. When he has the jacket, he's sus. He's asking questions. I'm telling you, Tom is sus.
I'm glad you're able to see that. It
Put such a
seems like your
tone.
brother, well, he's not nearly so forgiving, is he?
He has been pretty harsh, especially on Eddie. But we both got tired of people lying to us for our own good.
Yes.
If you see me doing this, it means sorry. And if those that do American Sign Language, please correct me. But I'm gonna defend Tyler right now. Can you blame him? He was locked up at Fireweed for covering for his sister. And he's had people lie to his frickin' face for years. And he's trying to find closure. You think he's going to be happy about it? And also, he basically denied Allison to see him for the last 7 years. And 7 is greater than 3. So, I'm sorry, but someone had to say it. He's just tired. He's just saying, I'm not taking any BS today. Now, I'm putting my boot down, and we're going to talk about this. So yeah, he's a little salty for a lot of reasons. But his edge side, so cool. So cute.
Yes, of course. Totally reasonable. Though, I am sorry you're the one taking all the repercussions. I heard about the fight.
You see this? You see this, MF? You see this dude? You see this dude? He be putting this line on the sand.
Your uncle. I really hope your brother appreciates your sacrifices.
He will. I mean, he does.
Should be the other way around, if you ask me.
I'm sorry, but I'm pretty beat.
Oh, of course. I'll let you rest. Tell Michael there's no need to hurry back.
Okay. Thanks for stopping by, Tom.
Bye now. Take care.
Sorry for abandoning you out there. Pro tip? Avoid catching a ride with Tom at all cost.
Noted. Wanted to stay away from him as far as possible. Got it.
Did he talk about the new spicy chocolate bars?
Yep. And exactly what they do to his digestion.
What's up with him? Not sure I've ever seen him so eager to help.
I think he and Tess are legitimately concerned. Plus, door-to-door is part of campaigning, right?
Oh my gosh, Rosie, you have the exact same thought I did. He does have a punchable face. He's just the guy that has his face, whatever, that says, I want to be punched. Please punch me. Even my tone of voice says, punch me. If I could, I would. Why did I sound like... I forget which one, but I think he's supposed to be the guy from France. That dude from Hamilton. And before you ask, no, I've not seen the actual musical. I just listen to the music because it is awesome.
Yeah, I guess. Help yourself to some waffles if you want. That's Eddie's way of saying, I'm worried about you.
Oh, that's cute. But I had a ridiculously huge breakfast, so I'm good.
Oh, come on. You gotta eat. The waffles got to be eaten. The waffles gotta eat.
I'm glad you're here, Michael. Thanks for coming.
Coffee and a friendly face is just what the doctor ordered, right?
I just feel like cuddling up in front of the TV all day. Maybe finally binge that last season of Witches of Eldom.
Then do it.
I gotta drag my lazy ass out to have lunch with Dee. I don't know about you, but I just really need to get out of Delos Crossing.
Well, we're on our way soon, right?
Right. I don't know. I've just got this feeling it's gonna fall through and I'm gonna be stuck here forever.
That's not happening. We've got a plan. Allison, what's going on?
Oh, we are telling him. Just gonna go with Tyler and I fought. I don't know
Tyler
which
and
one.
I had a fight last night. I was so excited to have him back, but what if 10 years was too much and we're too different?
I don't think so. You just need to get to know each other again. Start with the small shit. Figure out what each other's favorite foods are, you know? And then build up to the big stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Last few days have been a lot. And it's totally okay to be overwhelmed. You're gonna figure it all out.
Michael touches my waffles, I will smite you. So, yeah, that's pretty much the sound of somebody who loves their waffles enough to protect them. That is not surprising to me at all.
Families are fucked up.
Yeah.
They're basically fuck-up factories.
Mm-hmm.
I just need
Not
to
all
relax.
of them, but, you know, the same. It's true.
So, maybe this will cheer you up. I think I found the perfect place. Check it out. It's pretty cool, right? Deposit's a bit high, but it's got 2 large bedrooms and a view of the channel.
You're really going to give up our home to live in this ugly box?
Oh god.
Allison, look at me. You okay?
I'm just I need to I just need to sit down.
Oh, joy.
It's okay. I got you.
Take deep breaths,
What's
girl.
going
Take
on?
deep breaths. Oh, we're hell telling him about the memories. I just need to make sure I'm going to the right one. After last time, you do not want to press the wrong button.
My anxiety's through the roof. I can't eat anything without getting sick, and I've been seeing things. Memories. Of Marianne, and me, and Tyler when we were kids, and Eddie, and it used to just
For sure.
be stuff I'm pretty sure really happened, but now I see them everywhere. Shouting every shitty thought I've ever had about myself. I don't know how much more of it I can take.
That's intense. I'm sorry, has... anything like this happened to you before?
Right after Marianne died, I had a lot of panic attacks, but nothing exactly like this.
Come here, Allie. I hear you. Okay? I hear you.
You must think I'm completely nuts.
No. I think you went through some really bad shit. You never saw anyone about it, right?
Yeah, I've looked into therapists a few times, but they're all so far away and so expensive.
Well, you know what I went through in 2011. I don't know if I'd still be here if I hadn't gotten help. You got that money coming in from the house.
For our apartment in Juneau. I don't want to bail on you.
Look, I know you hate letting people down, but you gotta put your own oxygen mask on first. I get that. And so does Tyler.
Thanks.
Kind of reminds me of something she said earlier in a picture to her own mother. Methinks you should take your own advice along with Michael's. Yeah, Michael's definitely the perfect person to be with Allison right now, because he is MVP. MVP. Or VIP treatment for this man. I will give him hogs in the chat.
I'll try. I really need to work on the house today, but Tyler's crashing out there. Not sure if I'm ready to face him.
If you want, I could go out there, see how he's feeling, and if he's ready to talk. What do you think?
Oh, we are definitely.
Yeah, maybe that could work. I hope it...
When I said we are making this ship sail, we are definitely making this ship sail. I am putting this there on purpose, people. Because yes, Michael and Tyler are on this ship, and they will be together. Or so help me. I will put this back where it came from. Or so help me. I don't know. I was just doing Mike Wazowski because I had no idea what else to do. I'm just gonna go back.
He'll talk to you, though. He's never been the best at opening up to new people. You sure?
Yeah, of course. I don't mind trying if it might patch things up between you two.
Oh shit, I'm gonna be late for my lunch with Dee. I still need to change and stuff, but I can drop you off at the store if you want.
Sure, thanks.
No, Michael, thank you for listening. I mean it.
And we totally forgot to put things together. Whoopsie! Never mind. It's fine. It's fine. We definitely want more Tyler and Michael action. Hi, Kate. You back for more? Come on. Come on up.
Hi, Dee.
Hey, beautiful. You okay? 'Cause, girl, you look like shit.
I, haven't been sleeping well.
I feel like my best friend, her Twitch name is Tori Mori 3, so I'm gonna go by her Twitch name. She would definitely be Dee in this situation, and I would be Allison. Like, she is one of those people that will say, "You look like shit. You look like shit, man." And I love her to bits. She's my best friend in the whole wide world.
Here I am. That's how much I
Along
love
with you,
right?
Rosie.
Oh. Well, I appreciate us having a girls' lunch anyway. Just give me 5 minutes so I can finish off this paperwork.
Oh, no rush. I need to drop off some stuff with Eddie.
All right. Oh, help yourself to some cobbler. Mrs. Romero sent it over after I caught her flasher. It's in the break room. You better hurry before Greggs kills it off.
This is Romero's cobbler? I'm on it.
I'll meet you in there when I'm done with this.
A kid-sized bandit? What a weird-ass case.
Do I want to read things about this case right now? Nah. Okay, be honest. How many of you have ever just looked at something that you're supposed to do, and then just be like, Do I really want to do it right now? Nah, but do it anyway.
I can't imagine having my mugshot taken right here in front of everyone.
Trust me, it'd be the least of your worries.
Excuse the sound of my cat. She likes to give her own opinion about things. It's very true, Roxy. You like to have your own opinion on things.
Morning.
Don't give me that
Hello,
look.
Miss Ronan.
Don't give me that sass. I know you're all about sass, but come on. I don't think I ever explored around too much in this level in Chapter 3. I've done this so many times. Oh. Yeah, girl.
What was going on with me this morning? So fucking scary.
Oh, it's basically your typical mind going crazy moment and then basically just wanting it to shut up. Been there, done that, have it done all the time while going commuting to work. Yeah, not a fun experience. I try to distract myself with music, like she should have done this morning. Not talking about that at all. No, no, no.
I love the smell of this soap.
Allison, are you sure you're okay in the head? Cobbler party in the break room. Don't hate on the haters. What? Don't hate on me, haters. Help yourself to some cobbler. Oh, cobbler party. Yes. Oh my gosh, that is so funny. I feel like there are a few people at work who would do something like this. Just bring random sweets and just put them in the kitchen. Oh yeah, that reminds me of a story. It's quick, I promise. So, I actually, this week when I came back, one of my coworkers, brought me over to one of the infant teachers, and apparently they heard I got sick, and gave me a cheesecake. I couldn't have it couldn't have it while I was on my shift, and, I had all my breaks done, so luckily it was, the plates were one of those plates where you stick together and you accidentally get two and you really get one and you really don't know until later. And it actually worked to my benefit because I made it into like a makeshift container for a bit. Wasn't the best, but it worked. I had it after work and I'm like, after the day, oh my gosh, this is so worth it. Honestly, I was just like, I could get used to this. I didn't even know if it was a custom because they have those traditional headwears where I could only see her face, but her headwears are beautiful. So I don't want to assume which nationality she is. They are. I just think maybe it's a custom that they believe in and that they do that I do not know. Or maybe they're just being nice and I'm just like, let's just talk it up to being nice because I don't know much about them. I'm not used to getting cheesecakes, but I will take it. Because you can never go wrong with cheesecake. Especially it's on a bad day. That's why I like me some Golden Girls.
God, I hope no one got hurt. Is anyone ever gonna clean these up?
No. No one's ever gonna clean that up. Why? Because people don't like cleaning up stuff.
Ooh, these look like wild berries. Mrs. Romero must have frozen them over the summer.
Oh, yes, she takes her cooking seriously. Very seriously.
I think technically it's baking.
Hey, Gregs.
Hey, Allison. What brings you here today?
Just needed to drop off some paperwork with Eddie.
The Chief's busy right now, but you could leave him in his mail slot.
Hey, Gregs.
Going around in circles?
Nothing really. Just waiting for Dee.
Then pull up a chair.
Ooh, these look like wild berries. Mrs.
Okay,
Romero
we're
must have
done.
frozen them over the summer.
Oh, yes, she takes her cooking seriously. Very seriously.
At least we didn't spend the night here.
Try not to hang out upstairs too long. Chief's orders. Sorry.
Oh no, I can't read this. Luckily, I've got the handy dandy read button.
Just visiting family. My folks and younger brother live here. Maybe you know him. Works at the post office. Name's Dan.
Classified as, that's funny.
I need
Wait.
to drop this off in Eddie's mail slot.
The house is in the front page. Wow. The house ad made it to the front page. Wow. He's still that salty about it. He is still that salty about it. That kind of shows how much progress is made within a day.
Sounds like
but
Eddie's
still.
busy. I shouldn't bother him.
Oh, we're hell bothering him.
Uncle's in there.
Now look, officer.
He's really letting that guy have it.
Chief Brown. It was an honest mistake. Lapse in judgment. But you're free to keep the meat if you want. And I swear it won't happen again. We all good?
Uh-oh.
Bribe, sir? Look, you're already facing multiple misdemeanors here. Permitting violation, unlawful possession of games. I'm pretty sure you don't want to have felony bribery.
Sorry.
We take game harvesting very seriously out here, Mr. Gregg, as you should know.
I do.
Okay.
It's not only about culture and tradition.
I should probably drop the paperwork here.
That's why we have law.
Eddie's gonna be busy
I
for a
have
while.
nothing but respect for the law.
Do you? What about respect for wildlife? Populations in decline out by Crystal. He's totally full in his prime.
Wait, I think I know who that guy
Probably
is.
shouldn't eavesdrop,
You
but
and me, this is just a misunderstanding.
I better not be back with Dr.
There's like a scene I
I
remember.
wonder how Uncle's feeling about me moving away. We haven't really talked about it.
Let's just talk to him.
Hey, Gregs.
Oh, what are you up to, Allison?
Nothing really. Just waiting for Dee.
Then pull up a chair.
And have some food, don't mind if I do. Water.
Dessert for lunch. Pretty cool, right?
Pretty cool. Yeah.
I've always had a sweet tooth. Got it from my mom. She baked darn near every day. Need to start being a little careful, though. Doctor's orders. Brenda may be in for it too. God, that kid can eat. Linda's pretty concerned, but, growing boys, right? He needs the extra energy. He wants to let her in wrestling, and, whew, boy, is he working hard. Damn. Sometimes I miss being 14.
Wrestling takes a lot of energy. A lot of food compensates for it.
What you reading?
Oh, about that dock strike and the trouble these folks are causing for everyone else. Ugh, I hate strikes. What is this, Paris, France? Come on.
It's the only way most people have to get anyone to listen.
Oh, dang it. Oh, well.
You were not kidding about the cobbler. This may be her best batch ever.
Right?
What are you having?
Trout pie and, black radish.
Oh, I thought it's
I'm on a
black
diet.
rubbish.
A cobbler diet?
Hey, shh, 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 shh. I won't tell if you won't.
We haven't had a three-pointer coffee break in a while.
You remember how that one shot of yours went wild and smashed the picture of old Chief Burke?
Yep. Couldn't show my face around here for a week.
Well, I'll let you in on a secret. Most people hated Burke anyway. Your dad's a far better chief than he ever was.
Ooh.
What are they talking about?
They're talking about none of your business, young lady.
Ouch.
Hey, Greg.
Salty much?
So, what's the criminal underbelly of Delos Crossing been up to lately?
Poachers, vandalism, a few memorable cases of public indecency. Nothing too serious. Which is fine by me. Boring is good. Not like Juneau. My daughter's always begging to move there, but that is not happening.
Why? Juneau's awesome. There's like actual things to do there.
Drugs, that's why. Property crime's double the national average. People coming in all the time from God knows where.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I figured best.
Hey, sorry I kept you waiting.
No worries.
You'll never believe it. We caught the mailbox bandit. And guess who it was?
Let me guess. Some bored kid?
Wrong. It's a raccoon. Delos Crossing's most wanted turned out to be some trash panda stowaway.
I love how Trash Pandas made it so far into media that people just refer to raccoons as trash pandas. It's so perfect. You gotta love the writers for Guardians of the Galaxy for doing that one.
This is how legends begin.
Anyway, hun, I'm so sorry to bail, but I gotta run this little guy to animal control now. Probably best I take a rain check.
Oh, it's okay. Totally, I understand. Duty calls.
Thanks.
Oh, I brought you a little something to make up for missing your birthday.
Hold on. Let's see. Joking to talk. Okay, why is the name Greg so important in this in that conversation? I want to know.
It's not much, but
Girl, you made that with your hands.
You're
not
kidding.
much my
I
butt.
love it. Did you make this? How did I get so lucky? Delos Crossing's not gonna be the same without you, girl.
oh, come on.
Right, I'll call you later. And try to get some sleep, all right?
See ya. Well, there go my lunch plans.
Hey, your brother didn't tag along today?
No.
He didn't really want to show his face around here after the mess he made yesterday, huh?
Do you mean?
What do you mean?
Well, you know, how he went and broke into the archive room, then pretty much assaulted your uncle? Look, we're all worried about you. This isn't the Allison we know.
Excuse you, Greg. Excuse you. Ugh. Yeah, your name is Greg, so you don't get to talk.
The Allison you know?
Yeah, the sweet, smart girl who'd never hurt anyone on purpose. I know you two and the chief made peace, but I gotta say, it ate at him all day.
I'm gonna stand my
We
ground.
did what we had to get what we needed.
All right, I just want you to be careful. I've been doing this for a long time, and people, they mostly don't change, even when we really want them to.
Look, I'm really tired. Can we not do this?
Allison, I like you. I really do. I've known you since you were a kid. You're honest, stable, you're not a troublemaker. But Tyler, I mean, if he goes down, don't let him take you with him, okay?
I can't do this.
Oh, you okay?
Probably for the best you didn't really hear what he said in that. But, dude, you are on my S list, as in my shit list. You touch Tyler, I will go to war with you, Greg. I will go to war. I'm not picking a pickaxe. I'm not picking a pitchfork. No, I'm picking up a sword and stabbing it through your stomach.
Please just let me go. I need air. I need some air. Ty, are you there? Tyler? Answer me, please. Fuck. Why is he ghosting me?
I think they both are in a different state in this. She's, in a sense, trying to recover from her own battle with her own powers. And I think Tyler might be going through the same, because I don't know if he can hear her in her head this far. Yes. I will... But yeah, like I said, Graves, you are crossing the line of war, buddy. He is an innocent man, and should be as such. So leave him alone! Anyway, back to our scheduled programming.
I can't breathe.
Breathe, girl, breathe. Breathe. Use the app. Breathe.
Okay. I've been here before. This will pass.
Oh.
I just need to breathe in and out. Follow the circles. Just a little longer.
Okay, I think I'm starting to get it now.
In and out.
Oh crap, I'm starting to do it now too.
My heartbeat's slowing down. getting there, Allison. You're getting there.
Mm-hmm. Boom! Bingo!
What's happening?
Are you okay? Yes.
Are you fibbing?
I'm scared. I don't know what these people are gonna be like. Or when I'm gonna see you again.
We can still undo it. We can tell them what really happened.
No way. It's done. That's it. You're gonna be there to talk on the voice if I need you, right?
Of course. It'll almost be like we're still together.
It's time to get going now. Come on.
Wait, Chief. Just a sec. Hey, kids. I went back to the house and got a few things for you. I know how much he's meant to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
Oh, kids, this is just goodbye till next time, okay?
Allison? What are you doing out here? It's freezing.
I just needed some air.
What happened? What's wrong, little moose?
I think I had a panic attack.
It's gonna be okay. Let's get you inside and warmed up. Then we can talk about what happened.
Sorry, I'm not, like, talkative in this part. But, just focused. Yeah. That's a very serious scene. Like, that is really hard. But I'm still glad she didn't hear, like, she mentally wasn't focused on his conversation. She was having flashbacks to something. Or maybe was feeling something and basically blocked out his conversation. But yeah, this is why I was kind of not comfortable with Griggs. Griggs is, he's an idiot. For lack of a better word, he is an idiot. An idiot that I just want to smack in the head. Because he doesn't know the truth. Unfortunately. Okay, speaking of which, I'm gonna go refill my water. So, in the meantime, just enjoy my background, which is plain. I'm sorry. But I will be on beat. I will be right back. And I'm back. Whew. Dad came home Ooh. Ooh, I'm not eating all of these. They came back from Red Lobster. You know what that means? Marshmallow snacks. Okay. Oh, alright. Kinda wanna sleep. Yeah, let's start with these.
The crafty goblins are two cunning little thieves who live under the princess's house. They're always getting into mischief, but they have good hearts. The Mad Hunter is a cruel and ruthless creature. Once he starts hunting someone, he never stops. He'll chase his prey to the ends of the earth if he needs to. No one can escape his piercing eye.
It's funny because the curving shows too.
The pious pelican is the princess's generous friend. She has a magical beak that is always full of food and never empties.
Mm-hmm.
The Ice King is the lord of the whole forest. He is so powerful that no one dares to challenge his commands.
Probably because everybody's too afraid to admit it.
The big frog is an effervescent creature who tries to be kind, but is also a tireless gossip. The Ice King punished her once by telling her his deepest secret. If she ever tells anyone, she'll lose her voice forever. The stalwart moose is a kind and loyal animal. He always criticizes the goblins for their tricks, but he actually likes them. The mangy muskrat is a lazy, cowardly creature who spends most of his time lying around in the sun, cleaning his coat.
Oh, I definitely know who the muskrat is right now. Oh, sheesh! That is a good carving! My gosh!
The moon hag is an old and powerful witch. She lures her innocent victims deep beneath the ice and traps them there forever.
If everybody is, back after I review all of these, we'll continue the story.
The Secret Keeper is a traveling woman who buys and sells secrets. She stores all these secrets in the clouds because nobody ever looks up when they're searching for hidden things.
That's clever. So, she's an informant, basically. An informant who sells and keeps secrets. Okay. Okay, if you are back, yay! So do I. I also have yummy, yummy snacks. These are the breadsticks you get from, the biscuits you get from Red Lobster. My parents they brought me back some, and it is great.
I'm sorry. This morning has just been so... God, I'm embarrassed.
Don't be. You haven't had an attack in a while. What's going on?
I've just been so wrong. About everything.
Did Tyler say something to make you feel that way?
No. It wasn't him. It was me. I failed him. Over and over.
From here, it looks like you've been busting your ass to help him.
You don't understand.
Allie, you've got so much weight on your shoulders. With Tyler...
Tell him the truth! If you understand that, You know what I'm talking about.
Coming back. And your big move. You know, maybe it's time to ease off some of this other stuff that's clearly stressing you out.
If you mean Marianne, I can't. I owe it to Tyler to see it through.
Do you? I don't know why you've always blamed yourself for that. It wasn't your fault.
That's not true, Uncle. I was there.
You were 11 years old. There was nothing you could do. You can't go on letting it haunt your every waking moment. Look, you're not your mother, okay?
What do you mean?
I mean, something happened to her. Something bad. I don't know what it was, but it never left her. You can't make that same mistake. You gotta tell those ghosts to move on.
Okay, before I click on that particular choice, some of you might wonder, why would I bother telling the person that literally I found out just betrayed me a day, like the other day? One, if I was in Allison's position, I would be begging to tell someone, and I don't care what happens. Clearly, he doesn't know the truth, and he needs to know the truth. She needs to let this out so it can heal. And if she doesn't, it will just eat her up inside. She has to let go. So this is the perfect time to do so. Do you really think I would press I can't move on? No, that is against my nature. I refuse to do it. And if I do it by accident, I will punch a pillow.
Uncle. It was me. I was the one who had the scissors.
What? What are you saying?
I'm not sure.
She was threatening Tyler. So I stabbed her. I killed her. I killed my mother.
She ain't gonna let that out. Let it out. Let it all
But Tyler
out.
confessed. He went to Fireweed.
We lied. We lied to everyone.
Take that, Griggs! Sorry, bad timing.
How could you let him take the blame?
It was a mistake. I know. But we were in shock. Tyler wanted to take the blame. And I let him. But we should have told the truth.
Must have really hurt. Keeping that inside all these years.
They pretty much just bottled it up. And now it's all I can think about.
That's
Everywhere
why.
I look, she's there.
That's why you need to let go, woman. I've been trying to tell you that the whole time.
I can't take it anymore.
It's not easy to admit something like that. It takes a lot of courage, Allison. should have seen it.
You think?
I'm so sorry. None of this was fair to you two.
Thank you, Uncle.
How are you feeling now? Any better?
Relieved, actually. And really tired.
Yeah. Thing is, interesting story. I think that in my headspace, like a multiverse in my that I'm making for my books, one of those multiverses is known as the Nexus, which is the center of the multiverse, we'll say. And in this multiverse, in this Nexus, has mages. And my personal belief is that there are different sections, but one of them is the mind. And emotions are linked to the brain, and the brain goes to tell everything else in the body, right? The thing is, the reason why you're tired at that point is because you just let out all this pressure like a balloon. Not popping it, but slowly letting the air out so that it dissipates. That was the wrong sound effect for this. Dissipates to where it's relieving your body, relieving your anxiety, relieving the stress, to the point where you're just tired and exhausted, meaning you've had all that energy you used drained. That's what it means. Emotions like negativity like that takes a lot of energy. A lot of energy to make that, a lot of energy to do that. And when it's all out, you are left with very little. That's why Dementors have that effect on Harry, or anyone that it targets. Because J.K. Rowling makes them the symbol of depression, and it is literally the perfect embodiment of depression, because it takes all the happiness, all the good things out of you, and leaves all the ugliness, all the darkness, all the sadness, all the pain inside. Because that's literally what it does. So, yeah, there's a reason why she's tired, is because the brain makes the physical body feel that, saying, she's done freaking out now, you can all calm down now. Anyway, enough of this spiel. Let's get back to what's going on.
I was remembering something earlier. I don't know if it even really happened. The day Tyler left for Fireweed, did Sam come by with some of our stuff?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. He did.
I remember he brought us our goblin figurines, and we had a big group hug.
Yeah. He borrowed the house keys so he can go out and get them.
He was over at our house a lot, fixing things, chasing off animals. I know you didn't turn up anything about who our biological father was, but did you ever think it might have been Sam?
Ooh. Well, your mom and him were close, so that's a possibility, but I never found any proof, no.
I should go talk to him.
Are you sure that's a good idea? You need to get some rest.
I have to do this. And not just for Tyler. For me, too.
Yay!
I love you, Uncle. Thank you for everything. I'll call you later.
Has anyone ever done that thing with the kids and just hold something sweet or something good in front of them and seeing how long they can last before they actually give in and just take it? That's kind of what I'm doing to myself right now. Yeah, at this point, Allison should just, like, get some sleep. Ooh.
Okay.
Don't worry, we'll get some Tyler
You can do this.
We'll get some Tyler content after this. I hope. Yeah. She could always, I think, to her, after calming down from that panic attack, she is dealing with a new day in terms of herself. It's still the same day, but these are big boy logs. The game, I think, deals with, like, showing Allison's point of view in, like, Allison's perspective in certain scenes. So you control Allison first, and then Tyler, or Tyler first, and then Allison. So...
Damn it. Good. He's here.
In short, in this chapter, the beginning parts, we're seeing Allison's point of view of that day, and then Tyler's point of view maybe the same day. I don't remember. I don't think it's the same thing.
Visualize the outcome you want.
Okay. I don't know. I just know that we're gonna get a different take. I'm going to stop talking right now because I am just rambling and I have no idea what I'm talking about right now. Why does this happen to me? Why do I say things and then just bleh, I'm out? Sounds like my rough drafts on my papers. This is just so cool. Hold on a second. Ah,
damn it.
That was just perfectly timed. That was just too perfect.
All right. Let's do this.
Yeah. What she said. Basically, we'll get Tyler content later. That's all you need to know. I don't know, I can tell you without fumbling over my words. Knock, knock. Oh, Sam.
I already got the lifters in there. Oh, Allie, Hello.
Hi, Sam. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, well, that cough. Nope.
Can't put any of the chain or the valve covers back on. So, did you need something?
I was just driving by and wanted to see how you were doing. I heard there was some trouble on the docks.
There's always trouble on the docks.
Because I left you my boat a month ago. As far as I can tell, the only work you've done is to test how much beer you can fit on it. I paid you in advance as favor because I know you need it, but god damn it, I need my boat. Family is family, but I get it by this weekend or I'm reporting it's stolen, and I know you're tired of brown on your ass.
Where's your brother?
P.S. Answer your goddamn phone!
We had a fight.
Bit of sibling rivalry, huh? Oh, you should have seen me and my little brother have at it. Right up till the end.
Anything important? Nah, nothing important. Just more stuff he's going through. Violation. Most people are hereby summoned to appear in court and complaint. Following date. Court date is mandatory failure to appear for assault and assurance and arrest warrant.
Slow. There's a lot to do.
Of course. I mean, there's a whole lives in there. Real shame. Goddamn Billy buying some corroded, rusty-ass junker.
What are you doing?
My cousin Billy bought an old motorboat, but that fool drowned the engine taking her out. Yeah, I told him I'd fix it.
Having some trouble?
Can't get these nuts loose because my idiot cousin let them rust. I got a can of rust remover somewhere. If you come across it, pass it over, yeah?
Oh, sure.
Shit. These freaking nuts are stuck.
Yeah, don't mind me.
Hey, an encyclopedia of astronomy. I have this one.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one. Real detailed.
I didn't know you were interested in astronomy.
Well, how are you supposed to navigate if you don't know your ass from Orion?
He's got a point there, going to be honest.
Impressive collection.
You want some? Take them. I don't really navigate anymore.
Thanks.
Interesting.
Whoa, that's a really nice sextant.
Well, it sure is. It's a present from my old crew for my 30th birthday.
It's beautiful.
Well, it's mostly just for decoration these days, but I'm a big fan of doing things the old-fashioned way, you know?
Sextant. Always found it to be a funny word.
Oh, I know this one. The introduction will be forever burned in my brain.
Yeah, your mother gave that to me. Really got me thinking about things.
Guessing Marianne has that effect on everyone. Okay, enough fucking around, enough torturing you, come on. Here you go.
Need this help?
Oh, thanks, Princess, but that ain't it. It's in a red can.
Not a princess.
Oh, damn it.
What happened?
I busted my finger with that stupid wrench. Grab me a gauze. It should be in that cupboard over there.
And Bill can do. Oh look, there's the can we need. Oh, some show it. That's weird. Give me a sec. Just need to find the can. Don't mind
Find
me.
anything?
Find something. Don't mind me. I'm just looking for that can, wherever it is.
Sam? Are you our father?
It's a goblin. Yeah, that's
Figured
true.
you'd ask me that question someday.
Well?
I wish I was.
What the hell kind of answer is that?
I'm sorry, Allie. But the man you're looking for, he ain't me.
Oh, okay. Guess I'll just take your word for it then.
Hey,
Allison, give
you
her a
got no
break.
right coming in here, getting angry at me for something I got nothing to do with.
It's got a point. We're gonna go with this.
You two are so close. I know you meant something to her.
You honestly think I would have let you two grow up without a father? I may be a deadbeat, but I'm no coward.
But you must know something.
I truly don't. Your mama, she never... Look, we were just friends. I mean, take a look at old Sam. No woman like Mary Ann would ever think twice about a guy like me.
I'm so sick of this. I'm so tired of trying to unravel all of Mary Ann's fucking secrets. I don't understand her. I want to hate her so much.
Because you don't understand her, or because you're tired of her secrets? Yeah, you don't know who she is.
Come with me. I want to show you something. Come in. Come in.
Oh. When was the last time you cracked a window?
Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna pick something. Conspiracy, why not? Alright. Yeah, so... Sam is not the father! Let me rephrase that for you. Sam, you are not the father! Sorry, I feel like I had to get that meme out of my head.
Eat something, Fritz. Come over here. Sit with me.
Much better.
Yeah, now you can actually breathe. Probably not great, smell-wise.
Where all did you travel to?
Mostly worked the Southeast Asia route. Vietnam, Cambodia, around those parts.
Wow. I had no idea you were so worldly.
Well, I worked on a cargo, so I didn't get much shore leave. But, you know, there's really nowhere my legs feel as steady as on the deck of a ship, steering her toward a deep blue horizon.
Wondering if he had like a I wonder if he didn't feel belonged in places. Maybe that's why he
Looking
went to
sharp,
sea.
first mate Kansky.
What's that now?
These pictures.
Oh, well, yeah, that was, long time ago.
Another lifetime ago.
What do you do on board?
Oh, I worked the deck. Started out doing maintenance. Collecting the garbage, cleaning the hull. Ranked up to navigation after a while.
Right. Hence the sextant.
I think in the first game, even I felt like Allison was like too direct. I'm like, Allison, take a chill pill. I know there's no way of bringing that up, but come on, that's a little too direct. I cannot read this. I mean, I'm not very good at my constellations. But, I don't see. I think I
Hey,
see the little dipper over
come have
there.
a look.
Sorry. I'm just looking at your star chart. Don't mind me. I'm just being very, very nosy right now. Ooh. Computer.
If it gets the house sold, it gets the house sold.
Oh, that's the house. Yes, we have another one. This is why you need to go exploring, people. Ooh, by the way, bear definitely confirms what I've thought about before. A muskrat. Here, let me. Tell me this doesn't sound like somebody. Howard just fits. The heck? Is it broken? That's a little weird. I think it might be glitching out a little bit. Let's see if it works on the collectibles again. Okay. That's very weird. Okay. I know the best trick here. I'm gonna take a bit of a risk. Because I don't like it when games glitch like this. It really makes me angry. See this? When I click on it, the voices are supposed to appear, but luckily that's why we have, what's it called? That's why I have subtitles. Okay. Wait. Collectibles.
The Secret Keeper
There
is
we
a
go.
traveling woman who buys and sells secrets. She stores all these secrets in the clouds because nobody ever looks up when they're searching for hidden things.
That's what was supposed to happen. You could do that in game. So let's see if it works in game. Let's hope. Please just go back to the room. 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 And I feel like I'm just spitting out. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, cool. Okay. I need to collect the bear again, but... Oh, cool. Yeah. This is the muskrat. This is why it also just confirms what the lore is for the Book of, Goblins. But the muskrat definitely... I've had a hard time connecting the muskrat to somebody, but listening to this made me think of a certain someone.
The mangy muskrat is a lazy, cowardly creature who spends most of his time lying around in the sun, cleaning his coat.
Sounds like anybody?
The old bear is a mighty beast who lives in a beautiful cave of ice. He is in love with the wise princess, but she doesn't love him back.
Yep. Just to make sure.
love this picture of your mama.
What's this? Here, a boat captain saves crew members. Samuel Kamsky, the 29-year-old captain of the Aniakchuk Rose. Is it me, or does it sound like from Tiuktuk? From Snow Buddies. I swear, if you don't know what Snow Buddies is, a movie based off of puppies from Air Bud back in the day. You can find it on Disney Plus. Yep. Anyway, Aniakchuk Rose. Yeah, Aniakchuk Rose didn't think twice before jumping into the ice-cold, chippy waters of Mitchell Point to save members of his crew after their vessel capsized the coast off of Janu. I know they said it a million times. I haven't gone it through my head yet. Alaska. So yeah, just yeah. I think for Tiuktuk was based off of this particular city that they're in. It makes me think that it's an actual place. I don't know much about Alaskan cities, so don't come after me. Okay? I'm just making sure all the dialogues chose, just in case another bit of
Where all
dialogue.
did you travel to?
Mostly worked the Southeast Asia route. Vietnam, Cambodia, around those parts.
Wow. I had no idea you were so worldly.
Well, I worked on a cargo, so I didn't get much shore leave. But, you know, there's really nowhere my legs feel as steady as on the deck of a ship, steering her toward a deep blue horizon.
So he was probably either bored of life back home.
Looking sharp, First Mate Kansky.
What's that now?
These pictures.
Oh, well, yeah, that was, long time ago.
His captain looks like that terrible father in Detroit Become Human. Todd, that was his name, Todd. He looks like Todd from Detroit Become Human. And yes, I have played that game. Will I play it again? Sometime in the future. Definitely play it on stream, because I have a way of streaming on my own personal PS4. The one in this room is my dad's. Next door is mine, and I know how to do that.
What do you do on board?
I worked the deck. Started out doing maintenance. Collecting the garbage, cleaning the hull. Ranked up to navigation after a while.
Right. Hence the sextant.
Let's take a closer look at that laptop. I want to see if there's any bit of dialogue I need. Ooh, yeah, we need to open that window first. First and foremost.
Much better.
Yeah. Instead of Air Bud, it's Buddies. It's Air Bud's kids. There are 5 of them. Fun fact, Dylan Sprouse actually voices one of the other dog. Not one of the main 5, but one of the other dogs. I'm not gonna say who because it'll be kind of spoiling it. Besides, no, not knowing which one. It's half of the fun of knowing which. I don't know how to say it anymore.
If it gets the house sold, it gets the house sold.
What's in here? Enchanting it in home. Oh my god, I know what this sign says about this one. This charming all-wood custom-built home is tucked away in the woods south of the Cannery Road, just outside of the beautiful downtown Delos Crossing. Open kitchen with a spacious living room overlooking a breathtaking lakeside view with a balcony. This idyllic 1.3 acre of boots-loving additions such as barn, garage, Barn/garage, a large dock and a bathhouse surrounding trees, made for lots of privacy, easy access to Delos Crossing, enjoy walking trails, and protected wildlife habitat to explore. Request a showing, request for more information, listing presented by Tina West. Is there a number after that one? Mobile 540-3369. I think I'm better at getting my advertising voice down. I think it's because I've just heard a lot more commercials and I know exactly how to make an advertising.
Hey, come have a look.
Plus, in a way, it kind of runs in my blood. It's a house description I'd know since we're trying to sell our house. Oh. Does it sound suspicious? The date? No, not the date. I'll risk it. My birthday is on October 28th.
Love this picture of your mom.
And that's the year I met Tori Mori. Tori Mori 3. So, that's ironic. That is ironic. Aww.
Hey, come have a look.
Give me a minute.
Why is there a burnt up pan in your garbage?
Oh, yeah, that. Might have fallen asleep cooking dinner.
Glad you're still with us.
Tuna. Yeah, I'm trying to keep an interesting diet. But, I think he needs to...
You want to take a seat?
Ooh, the casserole. Okay. I think I looked at everything I need to see.
What's all this?
Here, I, kept a few things.
Where to start off first? What about this?
Mother made that. Oh, she was a real artist, that one. Kind of like you.
Well, that's funny you should say that, because Allison is her mother's daughter. If she wants to admit that or not, it's completely up to her.
Swords and schemes.
Oh, I took her to see that for her birthday. She hated every second of it. Whole drive back, she talked about how it butchered the books.
Did you like it?
Well, fell asleep before I even saw a sword.
Wow. It's probably not that great of a start. I wonder if it's parodying any bad movies.
I remember this. We got this on our trip to Juneau.
Uh-huh. She saved up for a whole year to make that happen.
Dear Sam. Dear Sam, I I'm writing from the little hotel you recommended in downtown Juneau. And you were right. The kids love the whale mural. Our other favorite was the Raven mural at City Hall. Today we took the tramway to the top of Mount Roberts. Kids wanted to hike the trail, but we only made it to the totems. Tomorrow we're going to hike to Nugget Falls to see if the glacier still looks like what's on the other side. Hope. Hope you're hauling them in by the barrel load. Very end. Ah. Dear Sam, most bears only live up to 20 or 25, so congratulations on making it to 29. Ouch. I don't know about you, but that sounds like a slap in the face if you ask me. I certainly wouldn't have survived long out here without you. So thanks again for everything you do. Aura is a very lucky woman. I know you think is the best part of your past has been erased, but as long as you don't forget, the Aniakchuk rose will always be seaworthy. Just might look a little smaller in memory. I hope you get some time on the water with Richie this weekend and catch everything you deserve, including some new memories. Happy birthday, my cherished friend, Marianne. Sweet. Interesting. Why did she... Oh, right.
Look at these ones.
She looks happy.
She was.
When was this? Why are you wearing a square hat?
Oh, yeah, that was when I finally got my captain's license. Marianne's the one who pushed me to get it. Made me wear that stupid hat when I went to take the oath. Yeah, Laura took this one. We'd been working on that barn for months. That roof was a son of a bitch to sheath. Rain just kept on leaking into the loft.
Wait, the barn has a loft?
Oh, yeah. You didn't know?
Oh, she didn't tell us. Is that a trap door?
Yeah. She had me close the whole thing up. Told her it was gonna be real hard to get any hay up there, but she said she didn't mind.
Do you know what's up there?
I could tell she didn't want to talk about it, so I respected that.
Well, we're gonna have to empty it out for the sale, so I guess we'll know soon enough.
Yep.
Ellie, you really gonna go through with this? It's like I told you, that house meant everything to your mama. It's all we got left. You can't just throw it away.
Okay. So, for context, we're not going for the top. I made that mistake once. It is not a good choice. Well, it is and it isn't. It's not my favorite choice. Let's be honest. So we're going for this one to be polite and nice and not so straightforward, Allison.
I'm sorry. I know how hard this has been on you. But you need to move on.
Uh-oh.
What's done is done.
Maybe it would help to talk to someone about it?
I ever tell you about the time I broke my leg? Shin bone snapped in 3 different places.
Oh, not good. That is not good. Nope.
It stuck in my ass for a month. No use to anybody. I was so down I couldn't even bring myself to get out of bed. But your mama, she has having none of that. She got me up one morning and drove me to a nice spot by the harbor. I watched the boats come in and out all morning. You can't let yourself be defined by the parts that are broken. That's what you told me. You gotta find a way to work with what you got. I think about that a lot. Gotta remember.
Okay. Just so you guys are aware, he is asleep. Okay? I have played this game before. He is asleep. He is fine. Do not panic. Okay? And the reason I mention this is there's no other cutscene to mention that, just a little something. So, I'm just telling you. He is asleep. He is not dead, he is asleep. It makes no logical sense for him to pass away from whatever. I think all that alcohol just made him sleepy. Woo! I know what's coming up. And we're on Tyler, ladies and gentlemen. The wait is over.
Now, if you ever come back here, I'm going to kill you!
This is what he's been doing the whole time.
Hey, Tyler? I've been looking all over the place for you. You alright?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Whoa, whoa. Hey, let's get you off your feet, okay? Come on.
Hello. Start by... Day 2 raid right now.
Listen, if you want to be alone, I'll go. But if there's anything you need to get off your chest, I won't snitch.
You saw Allison? How is she?
Yeah. I went back to check on her this morning. She was in a pretty bad way. Whatever went on between you two, it wrecked her.
Look, I don't want to drag you into this.
Well, I'm already in it, and you look like hell, so...
I just got a lot on my mind.
Well, I know one thing that's good for that. As a wise man once said, fishing is the cure to the wounds of the heart.
Was that wise man you?
Hey, like I said, I gotta write my own legacy. So, you in?
I don't know.
Come on, Rosie, stay up for a bit. Trust me.
Let's go.
Where are we gonna go?
It is worth staying up for, I promise.
We have a perfectly frozen lake right here.
Ice fishing in November?
Yeah. It got cold way fast this year. Climate change. That shit's gonna kill us. But hey, fish first. You can walk behind me if you're afraid, though.
You're actually serious?
I am a very serious man, Tyler. let's go. We still have to get everything out of the car.
Trust me, girl, it is worth the wait. I am saying this now.
Stage is set. It's showtime. Whenever you're ready.
You sure you don't want to go?
Nah. Look, no way I'm gonna rob you of your first catch in your own backyard.
All right.
Oh, now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I remember.
Got everything you need, by the way?
Yeah, I'm good.
Man, I'm so gonna miss this.
Miss what?
Just hanging out and fishing and... You know, I'm not gonna have a lot of time after we move to Juneau with school and the JC and everything.
Right.
So did any of the people you came up with at Fireweed land in Juneau?
Oh, I'm not sure. Once they left, I never really kept in touch.
Really?
I'm gonna go with this one.
Some of them were straight up awesome, but we just weren't that close, you know?
None of them really got, like, family?
I mean, I guess I got pretty tight with my counselor, Aaron, but I already have a family.
Well, there's a reason we think of families as trees. They keep on sprouting new branches and...
Oh, hey, I think I've got a bite.
You got this. Reel 'em in.
Convenient timing, fish. Convenient timing.
Come on, pull up on the rod.
Hold us.
Reel 'em in. Now give it a nice pull.
Boom, baby. And that
Slippery little.
is in the first one.
Got it.
Bravo.
First of many.
Pace yourself. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Thanks, Sensei.
Oh, hey, did you want to make solid plans to hit the buzzard hole? The river might ice over soon, so we shouldn't wait too long.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
Sweet. I was planning to go Saturday. I'll pick you up on the way out.
Cool. I'll set my alarm to ass crack of dawn.
By the way, nailed it.
You got anything good in there?
Maybe, but who says I'm willing to share?
Okay, fine, be that way.
Oh, he is
You
totally
have
flirting.
this whole fancy bag just for ice fishing?
You don't mix and match. Ever.
Jeez, you don't mess around, do you?
Told you earlier. I'm a very serious man.
All right, here we go.
Oh, we are definitely.
Come on, pull up on the rod.
Working on it. Come on, fishing. Skipping my clutches.
Okay. Okay. How about them apples?
Nice job.
Okay.
So, you weren't all talk.
Impressed?
I only see 2 fish in my cooler.
For now.
Oh, did anybody notice they're getting closer?
So, about last night. I don't know what Allison said, but from my side, well, I thought we were on the same page. But it turns out we weren't.
Hey, so don't tell her I told you, but last week your sister was almost unbearable. She was jumping up and down with excitement at you coming back.
Really?
You better believe it. Look, the last time you saw each other, you were kids. Just because things have changed doesn't mean you can't work it out.
I know. It's probably my fault. I really pushed her last night. I just don't get why she always has to run away from everything.
You blame her?
Avoiding the problem doesn't make it go away. She's so fixated on selling the house. It's like she's trying to bury the past. All of it. Even the good parts.
Look, I'm not picking sides here. Okay, but she's been murder house girl ever since it happened. Now she's got a chance to put it behind her and start fresh. Shit, I'd be pretty eager too.
I guess I didn't really think about that. I've been so focused on my own shit. It's been hard, you know? Figuring out how to live out here.
You mean outside of Fireweed?
Yeah. When I first got there, all I could think about was getting out. It felt like a cage. But after a while, it started to feel more like a shell. I figured out who I was in there. But now I've got to work out how to be that person out here.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, none of us really know what we're doing. Like, shit may look bleak now, but your sister's never gonna give up on you. And you can lean on me too if you want. Just be careful, okay? Got a bad left shoulder.
I'll keep it in mind. Thanks for listening.
Don't mention it.
So, what are you gonna make with what we catch?
Hey, you got me figured out. Slice of fresh fish, topped with garlic, pesto, walnuts, just a drop of olive oil. Pure perfection. As my partner in crime, you're entitled to a cut.
Works for me.
Works for me, partner. Don't you say anything. I got this.
Oh, I'm so gonna reel in this moment. I'm gonna be so good at fishing, you don't even know it. Oh, we got a good one, folks! We got a good one! We got a good one! We got a good one here. Ah! Come on. Come on. Come on, fishy. Give me the fish. Give me the fish. Give me the fish. Gimme fish. Gimme fish. We need fish. We need fish to impress him. I need fish. Give me the fish. Give me the fish. Give me the fish. Oh my gosh. Can this fish just get with the program here? My gosh. How bad are we talking here? Oh my god, that took forever.
Oh. Whoa. Bam. 3 out of 3.
Well played. I got nothing. That was clean.
Huh.
Sorry, I need to see something. Yes,
I'm
exactly.
a little disappointed. Can I ask you something kind of weird and maybe hard to answer?
Weird and kind of hard to answer my jam.
Oh, yeah, he is totally into it. It was a really difficult fish, but I nailed it!
What's up?
How'd you know you were ready to trust anyone enough
It was being
to
stubborn.
put yourself out there?
Okay. Yeah, that is a hard question.
Told you.
There's not really two ways about it. You gotta be willing to take a hit. Look, I stopped listening to the entire indie folk genre just because I was dumped at a show once. But I put myself back out there just like everyone who's ever gotten their heart stomped on. Because when you meet someone who really sees you, you don't have to pretend anymore.
Oh, we're going all the way.
And you're still interested in being that someone? Even after all the shit that's happened?
Hey, I've got baggage too. I think it's worth a chance. Don't you?
Oh,
I think
we are.
we're in total agreement here.
Yeah?
Yeah. I get this feeling like I could say or do anything with you, and it'd be cool. I feel safe.
You are. Because your sister would kill me if I did you dirty.
Yeah, she would.
So, doesn't look like you're catching anything with that. You want me to show you how it's done?
Go for it.
The ship is sailing, people. The ship is sailing.
Hey, you're missing the show.
Make a move, hell yes. I'm not that stupid.
You okay?
Yes! We gotta kiss, people. We gotta kiss. And holding hands. It is confirmed. This ship has sailed, and we are not going back. Told you it was worth the wait. I told you it was so worth the wait. Ooh, 3 hours and 17 minutes. Oof.
So, yeah.
Yes, one way to put it. Hey, Allie. I think I'll just show myself out.
Okay, call
Same,
me later.
same.
You know I will.
If anything happens to them, I will definitely grab my pitchfork and be like, "What did you do? What did you do to my beautiful people?"
Sorry for interrupting.
No, it's totally fine. We were done anyway.
Catch anything?
Mostly ice, but yeah.
Tyler, I'm sorry for freaking out yesterday. All of this, it's just been really hard on me.
Don't apologize. I was being an asshole. We should have never pushed you that hard.
Come here.
Yeah, I definitely did just make out with my potential boyfriend. No big deal. Don't worry about it. Don't look into that. I'm just happy to see you.
Why did I
Yes.
miss you so much? It's only been a day.
I've been told I have that effect on people.
You dum-dum.
Because we fish and a kiss. That's a good trip.
Okay, so I need to show you something.
What? You're kind of weirding me out.
Can we sit down for a sec?
So, what is it?
I was just at Sam's. He's not our father.
How do you know?
I asked him, point blank.
I'm not surprised. Burning down the barn didn't really seem like a Sam move.
Yeah, I guess it was silly to suspect him in the first place. He'd never hurt Mary Ann's kids. There's something else. Look at this. This was taken in 1992 when Mary Ann first moved to Delos Crossing. See that
Thank you. Have a good sleep.
ladder? Sam told me the barn has a loft. He helped her build it. Apparently she never told anyone about it.
And it's still there?
As far as he knows, yeah. What do you think? Should we give it a shot?
We've come this far. And a hidden loft? That's got secret shit written all over it.
Let's go.
the loft. We're going to the loft. What secrets will we find? We do not know. Going to the loft.
What a mess. That's not gonna help us get this house sold.
Yeah, we got our deadbeat dad to thank for that.
So obviously the ladder's gone, but what about that handle? Is it still here somewhere?
What do you think is up there?
I don't know. I'm trying not to speculate. My brain was going to some real dark places.
I'll protect you.
Don't worry. Whatever's up there, I'll protect you.
We'll see how chivalrous you feel when you've got bats in that perfectly coiffed hair.
I love their banter. It's so worth it. Yeah, I'm so happy about that. I told you guys it was worth the wait of seeing those two kiss. Yep. Now, if there's a way to... I know it's up there.
What do you think is up there?
I don't know. I'm trying not to speculate. My brain was going to some real dark places.
There it is.
For a second, I thought there might be another secret stash down here, but just a loose plank. Nothing here. Just a regular old light switch. I thought I saw something red over here, but guess my mind's just playing tricks on me.
Going to the loft, we're going to the loft. If I can find what I'm looking for, that would be great. Going to the loft.
No lever. Man, this place is a mess.
To the
If
loft.
there was ever a time to find a magic portal.
Only I can find the thing I need. Only it would just appear. That would be nice. That would be great. Ooh, what is this? I do not know.
The handle should be behind this.
Oh. Bingo.
Ah, there it is.
It's opening up.
The secret keeper always did store all the best secrets in the clouds.
Yep. Come on, let's find a way to climb up there.
Hold on. How many collectibles did I miss? 3. Oh, 2. Probably one from the last chapter you did not get. And the other chapter. Figure out which ones you have to get. Got some. Wait. You got the moose, the pelican, and the bear. Got the frog and the muskrat. The Ice King, the Hag, the Hunter, I think. Yeah, we got them at Hunter. Who are you missing? Do not remember. I do not remember.
Well, that's way too high to jump. You want to give me a leg up?
I'm so not touching your nasty shoes. We'll find a ladder.
I'm still not touching the nasty shoes. Wow. We're at 3 hours and 25 minutes. If we hit 4 hours, it will be
Can you see
a
anything?
record.
Nope. Nada.
Just glow-in-the-dark paintings. Don't mind me. Again, we are going through this whole chapter.
Here, found a switch.
Oh, jeez. That's creepy.
Holy shit. Well, that shaved a few years off my life.
I wouldn't say shaved a few years, maybe just a few minutes.
Whoa.
These are all related to stories. All of them.
It's...
And you better believe I'm going to read every single one of them.
Her story.
Look, she left us something.
It's got a combination lock with letters.
Do you think she hid the code somewhere in all this?
Knowing Mary Ann, probably.
Well, you want to do this?
Yeah. Let's start here. It seems like it's not doing anything. Maybe it's broken?
Or maybe we just need to solve the puzzles in order. We're not done with the other one yet.
Oh, but I wanted to see. Oh well. Ooh, wait. Oh, you wanna know what those collectibles are for? These are what they're for.
Here, the Secret Keeper, hiding secrets in the clouds. The old bear's gotta be in his ice cave. We'll let the mangy muskrat have his rock back. The Ice King goes in the forest, obviously. Back in your pond, Big Frog. There you go, Stalwart Moose.
Oh, that's the one we're missing.
Moonhag's gotta be imprisoned in her lake. Crafty goblins go here.
Yay.
That's the pious pelican spot. The wise princess goes in the big wooden house, of course.
Of course, we're missing the beaver.
The Mad Hunter, always on the princess's trail.
I've wondered who the Mad Hunter is in my theory, and I couldn't think of anyone. Other than being another person. But I don't think that was it, so... Some people have speculated it might be a symbol of illness, like mental illness. But, doesn't really make any sense. But we'll...
Recognize this?
Yeah, it's from the story where the goblins tricked the Mad Hunter.
It looks like it, but it's different, right?
Well, here it is. Why do you think she changed the picture?
I don't know. Maybe it's a message. Like, the differences between the two mean something.
Something about Mary Ann, right? Since she's the princess?
Yeah. Why don't we try to find them all and then see if it makes any sense?
But first, story. In order to know the context, of course, and why this makes sense. Once upon a time, in a castle just beyond the ancient and deep forest, the Mad Hunter was punished by the Gold Lady for failing to return with the wise princess. "For your failure," said the Gold Lady, "I will take your left hand, and you will return to the ancient and deep forest and hunt the wise princess. And if you can't bring her back, I will return your hand to you. And if you bring her back, I will return your hand to you. Fail again, and I will take your right hand. Mad Hunter could hunt with just his right hand, but if he lost both his hands, he would never be able to hunt again. I would no longer be a mad hunter, but only a mad man. So the Mad Hunter returned to the ancient and deep forest, searching with his piercing eye for the wise princess. The crafty goblins were out searching for mischief. They saw the Mad Hunter on the prowl. We cannot lose him. We cannot let him find the princess, said the goblins. And so they devised a plan. It was wash day, and the princess had hung her beautiful gown out to dry. They stole it from the line and stuffed it full of straw. Then they returned to where the Mad Hunter was scouring the paths of the forest. As the hunter turned down a path that would have led him to the big wooden house, the goblins danced the straw princess. Goblin danced the straw princess in and out of view in the opposite direction. The ruse worked. The hunter fixed his piercing eye on them and followed through the dry and into the night. They led him away from the true princess. At nightfall, the crafty goblins realized the error in their plan. The Mad Hunter was now hunting them. If he caught them, he would not be kind. So they put their heads together and came up with a plan. And did not take them long to realize where they should go. They led the Mad Hunter to the edge of the deep and icy lake, and when it came into view, they weighed the fake princess down with stones and dropped her to the frigid water, careful not to plunge into the depths themselves, lest the moon hag take her revenge on them. The Mad Hunter removed his clothing and dove in after the fake princess. He followed the shape of the sinking princess deep into the chilly water down below, where ice covered the lake's surface. Finally, he caught her, but when he spun her towards him, he realized she had no head and that her body was stuffed with straw. And he felt a slippery fin brush his shoulder as the moon hag loomed overhead. The next morning, the princess went to retrieve her gown from the clothing line and found it was gone. She immediately suspected the goblins of mischief and called, "Goblins, did you take my gown?" No, wait. Goblins, did you take my gown? The goblins emerged from their cave and nodded sadly. Now what will I wear? Now what will I wear? Asked the princess, sad and angry that she had lost her only dress. Let us explain, said the goblins. So they told the princess the story of the Mad Hunter, and they had produced this clothing, which was a bit larger than the princess, but much warmer than her beautiful gown. She immediately forgave them. Thank you, my friends, she said, for rescuing me, and for this clothing, which will keep me much warmer than the winter than my beautiful gown. The Mad Hunter was forced to remain below lake with the moon hag, but she did not kill him because, even reduced to just one hand, he was too useful a servant. Lo, he plotted the day he would emerge to once again hunt the wise princess and earn back his left hand. And that is the story of how the crafty goblins rescued the wise princess from the Mad Hunter. Perfect. Okay, so we're looking at this.
Okay, spot the differences.
Here.
It moves. Oh, some of these parts are buttons.
That wasn't there.
Why do you think she added that castle in the background?
See the color of the flag? It could be the Gold Lady's castle. And it looks like the princess is running away from it.
So, Marianne ran away from home, and she grew up kinda rich? The princess is running away from the Mad Hunter.
Who was sent by the Gold Lady, according to the story.
Do you think the Gold Lady could have been Marianne's mom? I mean, she always used to say she moved to the end of the world to get away from her family.
Huh. Yeah, you're right. She ran away. Just like the princess is here.
Basically what I've been saying the whole time.
The Mad Hunter still has two hands here.
So this was either before the Gold Lady cut off his other one, or after he earned it back?
Which either makes it before most of the stories, or after.
Yeah.
Before.
At some point when she was running away from whatever the hell the Mad Hunter meant to Marianne.
Yeah, the trees weren't there. The hand was in there. The dress. Those were definitely there. So, was that branch there? Wasn't that branch a little higher?
Maybe that branch looks a little bit different? I don't know. Even if the branch is a little different, it's not the same title, so I guess that counts as a difference. That's it. Whoa.
What's in there?
Pictures, letters. Have you ever seen any of these?
All the pictures of Marianne I've ever seen were the ones hanging on the walls.
I can't believe she was a ballet dancer. Marianne.
And a good one, too.
God, that's so not her.
I don't think she believed it either.
Oh, poor thing.
Why would she keep an old drawing of a pet in here?
Because she never had the picture of the pet.
Did you know she studied engineering?
No. But it looks like she changed her major to visual arts.
I don't think she actually got it changed. The paper's not signed and it's all wrinkled. Like someone tried to throw it away.
Interesting.
Wow, I don't think I've ever seen a picture of her that young.
I think that's her mom in the background.
Don't really know about that.
An artsy environmentalist. Yep, that sounds like Marianne's exact kind of catnip.
Oh, hello. Hi, Zeno. Thank you for, chatting with me, Zeno the Stranger. I love this game. I have a lot of other games. Sorry, I'm just making sure about something. It should be on my, about page, somewhere on my page. You can go to my YouTube and see more of my, streams, but in my highlights I usually try to save all of my streams, so you can look there too if you don't want to go through the hassle. But I love it. We're going through the end phases. Thank you for
An artsy
coming by.
environmentalist. Yep,
Yeah.
that sounds like Marianne's exact kind of catnip.
Why did I press the wrong button? Oh look! Another paper! Another paper with writing that is so hard to read. If only I had a function, a button to press to make this better. Yes, I love the read button. I wish every game has a read button to make it so much easier to read. I can think of one other game that I know for sure I'm gonna love this button in. And it's Dragon Age Inquisition. Let's see. Marianne, I can't do this anymore. You deserve better than cliche bullshit like I do. Oh. Okay, let me read this in a different way. Marianne, I can't do this anymore. You deserve a much better than cliche bullshit like it's not you, it's me. But the truth is, It's all just been too much to deal with, and I've realized I'm just not ready. Maybe if we could have dealt with all of this on our own, without your mom constantly putting pressure on us, things could have been different, but the damage is done, and probably too late for that now. I'm so sorry. You're an amazing person, and you made me a better man. I hate myself for doing this, but I feel like we'd both be better off apart. There I will go with the cliches again. Please don't ever stop being who you are. Here, but I'm gone. Brent. Yeesh. Sounds like a
Could
drawing
this guy
mother.
been any more cryptic? The gold lady. That was definitely her mom.
So, did Marianne grow up kinda rich?
Maybe. Would have been nice to have some of that.
Tyler, see that little light? I think we need to solve this one next.
Yep. First.
Gold lady stays locked up in her castle.
Cool. Now there's only one I missed. And it's the beaver. The beaver's gonna drive me crazy. I know it. I can feel it in my bones.
There's the gold lady again. She's all over the board. There was a figure of her in that stash by the Mad Hunter painting, right?
Oh, yeah.
So maybe all of this is related to what we found in there.
Okay. Yeah. So, she had a pet bird.
Hey, I can move the piece next to the gold lady.
All these pictures. They look like images from Marianne's life before Delos, don't they?
Well, some of them do anyway.
Maybe that's it then. We need to figure out which ones are real?
Yeah. She went for ballet.
The princess dancing, playing violin, spinning wool. I guess this is stuff she did for fun?
Notice how unhappy she looks in all these pictures? I don't think she was having any fun.
She was forced to doing it. Sounds like Cinderella to me. Ooh.
Figured anything out yet?
Nah, still thinking.
I'm just going to see what it's like for fun.
Figured anything out yet?
I'm totally stumped.
No, we're not.
I have no clue what's going on with this picture of the gold lady whispering.
She seems to be whispering to one of these guys. Maybe we should check out the breakup letter.
The wise princess looks like she's trying to run away.
And she's being watched by the gold lady.
A knight? No. Woodsman? No. Artist? Yes. Another woodsman?
What's the gold lady do? Is that it?
It's opening.
What's in there this time?
Oh, there's the picture of the house. Okay, let's take a look. Ooh, pretty house. Wondering there's a bit of dialogue that's supposed to be in there. Whoa.
Salmonberry Park. Huh. Is that some kind of commune?
Looks like it. So weird to imagine her living in a community like that. With, other people.
The weirdest part is how they all seem to love her. Where was prom queen Marianne when the whole town was turning on us?
That's a good question. Where was she? For those that don't know, Marianne kind of went sideways towards the end of her days and died of drowning? But whether it's suicide, we don't exactly know the whole story yet. We're actually finding out the story right now.
Is that Carol?
Yeah, and Sam. Look at him. He's so young and happy.
Yep, that they do.
Wow. She worked for a watchmaker in Juneau before she moved to Delos.
Makes sense.
No wonder she was so handy.
Yeah. She worked with that engineering degree came in handy. Sheesh, that pay though. Don't know if that's a lot of money, but that looks like a lot of money to me. Why am I so like this? I do not know.
Is that Carol?
Yeah, and Sam.
Ooh, I clicked it again.
Look at
Oopsie.
him. He's so young and happy.
Her father.
Oh, and he's walking it off. Okay, time for the read button. Marianne. Marianne, I hope this letter finds you, but since you didn't leave any contact information, I will have to send it to your aunt and hope for the best. I'm writing to inform you that your mother has passed away last week. We just had her funeral reception. The house has been filled with people all day. Friends, family, colleagues, and church members. It's now 11 p.m. and I'm sitting alone in the kitchen table, surrounded by dozens of trays of food, flowers, and sympathy cards. Your cousin, Edie, brought in a beautiful photo album of our holiday pictures in Lacana. You're there in all of them, but you weren't here today. We haven't heard from you in 4 years, and we can only hope you made it to Alaska or wherever you are, and that you and your child are both safe. Excuse me? Child? He knew about child? Question mark? Your mother has been sick and depressed for years, and you can imagine why. The pain of being shunned by her own daughter, knowing she would never get to see her grandchild grow up. It spread through her body like a cancer and consumed her completely. All that suffering simply because you ran away like a temperamental little girl instead of accepting the help when you got pregnant out of wedlock after dropping out of college and without a penny to your name. She only stepped up to help because she knew you weren't ready to raise a child properly, Marianne. A mother's duty doesn't end when her children leave home. Now you are a mother yourself. I hope you begin to understand that good parenting isn't about coddling children. It's about providing for them and shaping them into the people they're supposed to become, whether they like it or not. No. I'm gonna take this opportunity to say this is toxic parenting 101. No, you do not say that to somebody who didn't like what they were being given. That is not exactly what you would say helping. No, you were projecting. You're projecting onto your child, and your child basically wanted, but you weren't really listening to what Marianne wanted, so she ran away from home wanting a better life. Can you blame her for that? No. But the fact that you didn't support her wanting the child instead and wanting her to not have the child, that is going against her wishes. I'm sorry, but that is no. That is no. No. This is bad. I don't like it. I won't trouble you again. You've made your intentions clear. I just thought you should know. Dad. Well, now I understand why she doesn't talk to her family.
What the hell? Marianne was pregnant in 1992, before she even got here.
Before us? Do we have a long-lost sibling out there somewhere?
It's possible, but she could have given it up or miscarried. Who knows?
Yeah, you're right. Do you think we could track down her father?
You mean the grandfather she never told us about? I don't think I want to.
You're not at all excited about having more family.
You saw the letter. I don't think we want any part of that.
Fine. Let's keep digging.
Yeah, that's a wise option. Because after what he said to Marianne, yeah, like hell we're gonna let, like hell I'm gonna let that. No, you deserve better than
This
that.
just
I'm
lit up,
sorry.
so...
What's this?
Some sort of map?
Let's skip some dialogue. My bad. Okay. Right. So...
That's the Gold Lady's castle.
Maybe... here.
What's that plant thing on top?
Oh, those are definitely salmonberry flowers.
Hey, that degree in outdoor studies is paying off.
Some sort of clock?
The shop.
This is the princess's house.
Then...
This looks like a dinner party with the old bear and the very old beaver. Yes.
What's in there? Another letter?
The princess's loss. Is this from the Book of Goblins?
Not that I know of.
Well, sure looks like it could be.
Okay. Story time. The Princess's Loss. Once upon a time, in an ancient and deep forest, there lived a wise princess in a big wooden house. She had made it through the woods and to the house with nothing left but the clothes on her back and a single item from her old life. A splendid tiara. She lost almost everything in her desperate flight from the mad hunter. The trees tore the rucksack from her desperate flight from the mad hunter. The trees tore the rucksack from her back and shredded her dress and left a pattern of red welts on her skin. But through it all, she clutched the tiara close to her chest, fearing any misstep could cause it to fall from her arms and break. The tiara had its own spot in the big wooden house, a pillow near the window, where the sun would catch on its surface to shine and wink. The princess could stare for hours at the tiara, marveling at its beauty and running her thumb down its curves. Every morning she would wake and she would tend to it, polishing its very surface to be sure it shone as brightly as it possibly could. Then she would pluck it up, place it upon her head, and walk to the woods, feeling somehow more complete. Because what, after all, was a princess without a crown? Every night she would place it on its pillow, giving it a quick kiss, and going to bed. On her way, she would pause and glance back to be sure it was still there. She hated to be separated from it, but she knew it was safest on the pillow while she slept. Let's see. One night, the princess woke to a raging storm. The wind hollowed against the walls, rattling the windows on her panes. Fearing a gust might burst open a window and blow the tiara the tiara to the ground. She plucked it from its pillow and brought it to bed with her. All through the night, she held the tiara close, and in the morning she woke and found herself cradling it. The storm had passed, and the princess relaxed. That day was the same as any other, though she perhaps gave the tiara an even more thorough cleaning. Grateful she was that nothing had gone wrong. That night she placed the tiara upon its pillow, gave it a quick kiss, and went to bed, pausing on her way to be sure it was still there. In the morning she woke and sensed immediately that something was wrong. In the living room, the tiara laid upon the ground, broken, dull, and faded. Nothing else in the room had changed. The pillow was exactly where it had left it. The window was closed. There had only been no storm, no wind, no sign that anything at all that could have gone amiss. Only the broken tiara mute upon the ground. She picked it up and held it in her arms with a guttural cry. But though she tried to fix and polish it, it was gone, beyond repair, with no shine left. The princess held the tiara through the day and through the next night, sitting in the same spot at the window, where she used to polish it. With the sun rose, she looked outside, and her gaze fixed on a sapling. She remembered how the sapling had survived the winter, clinging to life despite the frozen, unforgiving earth. Without a word, she went out and buried Tiara in the ground beneath the sapling. And as the final scoop of the dirt fell, Tiara felt truly gone, and with it the final link to her old self. She could only go forward and find a new place for herself in this world, where she was no longer truly a princess, in a tiara and a beautiful gown, but a Wayne woman, alone in a deep and ancient wood. And that was how the princess lost her most precious treasure and her title. This was the story that, at last part, was hinted at some time ago.
And that was how the princess lost her most precious treasure and her title. That was the story she read us that night.
God, it makes sense now.
Yeah, she got pregnant. And she ran away to start a new life. And then she made her way to Delos Crossing, where she was finally happy. But then the baby died.
Yep.
I can't even imagine how she must have felt. She left everything behind, built a whole new life for him. And then he was just gone.
I guess having us helped her move on. But when it looked like we were going to be taken away, she snapped. She just couldn't lose any more children. It really wasn't anything we did.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do with all this.
I don't either, but all I wanted was to understand what happened to her. And now I do.
Yeah. But we still haven't seen what's in that chest.
Find out.
Okay, so how do we open it?
The princess lost her most precious treasure. That's why it all happened.
I still can't wrap my head around it.
The princess lost her. All right, should be easy enough.
Oh, wait, no. The O. Oh. I get it. It's a name. Get it? Excuse you, I did not say you. Yeah. I figured the tiara was the baby. I figured out that possibly how the baby died. There's a thing in medical. It's a medical word for this, but basically it means they're babies can die in their sleep. So, and no one knows how this happens. There's still being research done to this day. And yeah, that's real. That can wreck anyone. It's literally sad.
Yes. Whoa.
Did it just get darker in here?
Ollie. She noticed. I was her son.
I read stories to understand. I understood. What good is a story without a first arc? I'm sorry, I kept mine from you for so long. All my loves, goblins.
Why does she have a photo of that tree locked in here?
I swear.
Is that?
Leo Ronan.
Maybe
Why didn't she tell us about him? Why didn't she tell us any of this?
I mean, it's fucking terrible. That's why. Allie, did we do the right thing opening this?
We did. It's better we know what happened, even if it's hard. And there's one more thing we need to see.
Are you sure?
Yes. Come on, let's go to the dock.
Actually, we still got a few more puzzles to solve. But, give me a sec. I need to stretch my arms out and shut the window. Okay, yep. I'm gonna take a bit of a breather for this one. That was a lot. Yep. Saying this right now. If you sense something coming, there's a reason. There is a reason. Just saying, be prepared for it. Zeno, if you're still in the chat, please let me know. I don't bite. I like to talk. And I love this game.
It's time to finish this.
Very much. But first, we got plenty of other puzzles to solve.
Hey, now that we're done with the important stuff, maybe we can take a crack at these?
The old bear's gifts for the princess. I'm totally blanking on that story. What did he give her again?
Why don't we open up the book and check?
Okay. Let's see. Go. Bear and the princess. Don't mind me, I'm just Excuse me, thank you. Let's read this one. Right. Once upon a time, in ancient and deep forest, the old bear stood on the bank of the river, swiping at salmon on their way to the spawning grounds. Just as he got his paws on particularly fat ones, he heard a woman shouting for help. He considered simply eating his salmon, but then she screamed again, and he lumbered over to investigate. After a short walk, he found the princess clinging to the top of the tree while a wolf snarled and snapped at the base of the tree. Old Bear would normally not get in the middle of such a situation. After all, as a fellow predator, he understood that the wolves need to hunt. When he saw the princess, he was struck by her beauty and knew that he had to help. With a great roar, the bear heaved into his hind legs, rising his full height. A wolf snapped and snarled in his direction, but the bear roared again, and the wolf took off to the trees, tail between his legs. Old Bear fell back into all fours and stared at the princess. She regarded him fearfully. You can calm down now, he said. How do I know you just saved me? How did I know you saved me? Sorry. How do I know you didn't just save me so you could eat me yourself? Asked the princess. I suppose this is a fair question, admitted the old bear, but I promise I won't eat you. The princess had no reason to trust the old bear, except that he had kind eyes, and so she slowly made her way down the tree. When she reached the ground, the bear only watched her, and so she supposed she was not going to be eaten today. Thank you, she told the bear. Of course. Thank you, she told him. Of course, she said. I can walk you back to your home. Of course, said the princess. And so the princess and the old bear walked together through the forest, back to the big wooden house. After that day, the princess would occasionally find gifts from the bear. A fresh caught salmon, a handful of ripe berries, a newly bloomed bluebell. One spring, when a sun thaw flooded the path out of the princess's home, the old bear was there. She rode his back across the river. The old bear began to think that the princess should be his mate. After all, she had no mate, and she needs one. And she could keep her warm, provide her a much more suitable den, catch fish for her, and protect her from the wolves. She in turn would brush out his fur, pick berries without smooshing half of them, and scratch that one part of his back he couldn't reach. And with how she took care of the goblins, she would be an excited mother for his cubs. One day, the old bear came with a ring of spruce and asked the princess to be his bride. Oh, joy. I am sorry, said the princess. You are a very good friend, and I appreciate all that you've done for me, but I can't marry you. You're a bear. I'm a princess. It would never work. The old bear was crushed. Can we still be friends? Can we still be friends? He asked. We will always be friends, said the princess, but I will never marry you. The old bear and the princess carried on their friendship And after 1 year, he tried again to ask her to be his bride, but once again, she refused him. Thus, this happened 1 year later, 1 year after that. Finally, Princess said, "Old Bear, you are my dear friend, and I would appreciate all you've done for me. But I would sooner you have left me to the wolves than marry you. And that's how it will always be. I'd have my hands full with the two goblins who live under my house, and they are all I need." That wounded the bear deeply, but it was finally enough to stop his proposals. They remained friends, but he continued to give her gifts of fresh salmon and ripe berries and newly bloomed bluebells. The old bear never again asked the princess to be his bride, much as he'd loved to have wanted to. And that is how the princess befriended the old bear, and how she refused him. Okay. So, we're looking for salmon.
Fresh caught salmon? Hazelnuts.
Nope.
Actually, I'm not sure. A handful of ripe berries? Some roses, maybe? Maybe not. A newly bloomed bluebell? Nice. Man, he had it bad. Just couldn't let go.
Sorry for the note under the door like a prison inmate. Sorry for the note under the door like a prison inmate. You okay? I stopped by and rung a couple of times this week, but you didn't answer. I could see the light in the hayloft, so I figured you were in, but I didn't want to talk. I hope it didn't ruin anything. I know I probably came on kind of strong. The thing is, I don't know how to talk to a woman like you. You're strong and kind, and you have so much. It's hard for me to know how to keep up. I guess all that went in my head. It went to my head, but I didn't want you to know. But I want you to know that I got the message, and I'm going to keep out of your hair now. And it doesn't need to be any bad feelings. You can pass the street and say hello, or not. It's okay. Yes, I noticed your car was leaking out, so I put some sealant in there. You might need to take it to the shop, though. Let me know if you want me to come with you, because sometimes these guys will try to rip you off. If not, no big deal. Sam.
The crafty goblin's loot.
That's from The Princess and the Two Thieves. I drew the original.
And I distinctly remember drawing that cake, which is arguably the best part of that illustration.
All right, Picasso. And you probably remember what the goblins stole in that story, huh?
I think for the sake of time, I'm not gonna read every story. No, that's just going to be. Or that anyway. Princess in the big house. She didn't have many friends, but it's not she did. This is how to be left. The force to provide furniture. Only for the princess. The wise princess realized she had disappeared from the house. Not much at first, only a few fruits, nuts, and eggs. Sorry, I'm not crying, it's just when I yawn, sometimes it happens. Losing some food in the winter. Small items, spoons, plates, forks, knives, blankets. Oh, disappearing. Make a cake. Every. Protect the cake.
What if they took some spoons?
Fruit.
Maybe they took some of the princess's fruit?
Eggs.
I'm pretty sure they stole some eggs. That's it. I always wondered where that drawing went. She said it was her favorite, and then one day it just disappeared.
Isn't this cute? It's Tyler's. Lovely. Yeah. I think I got 2 more. I think I'll just
The crafty goblin's good deeds.
Of course, the goblins had to help out the creatures of the forest to pay off their debt to the pelican.
Well, what did they do?
You know, I don't really remember.
They ate her food and then she had to do good deeds. One of them was the princess.
They hugged the princess when she was crying.
I think it was the bear.
They broke open the beehive for the bear.
I think it was the moose too.
They gave the stalwart moose a good scratch on the back. Nailed it.
Do it.
Our lives would have been so different if their friendship hadn't gone to shit.
Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, they would have been business partners. Yeah. That would have been different. Their lives definitely weren't,
The very old beaver's repair list.
That's the story where the princess's house gets damaged by a storm and the animals help her fix it.
Yeah. What did they do to fix it again?
Oh, this one actually glitched on me. I'm not even kidding, this actually glitched on me. I did this.
She slapped the post with her tail to right it. She repaired the water leak. She fixed the planks that were blown off the walls. She fixed the broken window. She fixed the roof shingles. She turned the power back on.
Okay, so...
Wait.
Be the water line?
Maybe not. Actually, I'm not sure. Wait. She slapped the post with her tail to right it. She fixed the broken window. She repaired the water leak. Actually, I'm not sure. Wait. She slapped the post with her tail to right it. Wait. She fixed the roof shingles. She fixed the planks that were blown off the walls.
Okay. Time to read again. So close. So close. Oh, that's the beaver. Let's see. Once upon a time, in a deep and ancient forest, there lived a wise princess in a big wooden house. One night, a particularly violent storm shook the house. It shook the shingles on the roof and the planks in the walls. It shook the beams of which the house stood, blowing the whole house and the whole thing near the house. Princess hid in the closet, fearing the house would come down as she slept. In the morning, she... I lost my place. Oh, sorry. In the morning, the house was still standing, but it was badly damaged. The storm had blown the shingles off the roof and the planks off the walls, and even bent a post upon which the house stood. The first two things she could fix, but the last thing she was concerned. What will I do? Despised for the wise princess, for though she knew many things, she did not know how to fix the big wooden house. Just then the old beaver came by to see if the princess had any trouble in the storm, or when he found her nailing planks back into place. He said, "Stop, princess, let me do that for you." "I'm happy to do it." "Stop, princess, let me do that for you." "I am happy to do it," said the princess, But if you want to help with the roof, you may." When the pair were done, the roof and the walls, they examined the bent support post. I could throw in my body against it. Said the old bear. "Well, I am very large." He stretched up into the hind legs, being sure the princess could appreciate how very large he was. Then charged straight at the post. He threw his body against it in an impressive thud. The impact moved the post a bit too far and ended up bent on the other direction. The wise princess decided more precision was needed. She thought of the very old beaver, who kept an extremely crafted dam. Perhaps she can help. She went looking for the very old beaver and found the industrious animal hard at work, slapping down mud, and parts of her dam had been blown apart against the storm. The structure was unharmed because the beaver was very good at building things. The princess knew she had come to the right place. "Beaver," she said, "my house was damaged in the storm. Would you help me fix it?" "I believe I could do that, yes," said the very old beaver. She paused in fixing her own den and followed the princess. The very old beaver examined the wooden house and nodded. "It will be an easy fix," she said, and was set about righting the post. With a loud slap of her tail, she was done. The wise princess stroked the beaver's head. "Thank you, beaver," she said. The wind blew the shingles off the roof and the planks in the walls, and even bent at the post. The wind blew the shingles off the roof, the planks off the walls, and even bent the post. "Now, thanks to you, I still have a home." "Think nothing of it," said the very old beaver, who returned her work in her own den once again. That winter, the old beaver grew ill, very ill. She was not able to fix her den or gather food. The princess found out. She set upon delivering meals to the beaver. She brought stews of corn, beans, and baskets full of bark and twigs from the beaver's favorite aspen. Give me a second. Got it, kid. Aspen. One day, the wise princess noticed that the beaver's den had begun to fall apart. She set about fixing it, and though she was not as talented as the very old beaver, the fix kept the creature warm and dry. "Thank you," said the very old beaver. "Of course," said the princess. "You helped me when the storm blew my house near the ground. Thanks to you, I still have a home, and I'm happy to do the same." The princess continued to nurse the old beaver until the day came to the dam. The forest was still. No birds sang, no branches rustled, no small things skittered within her underbrush. "Oh," said the princess, staring sadly at the dam. She knew the old beaver had passed on. "Oh, goodbye, my friend." And that is how the very old beaver saved the big one house, and how the wise princess paid her kindness. Okay.
Or not. All right.
Oh.
Damn. That must have been rough on Eddie.
Yeah, he doesn't really like to talk about her.
Oof, Carol. Wait, so that disproves one thing. So I think Carol is the beaver. So then who is the, so then who's the frog? Did I find the frog? I don't remember who the frog is supposed to be. Dear Marianne, you've covered your ears every time I've tried to have this conversation with you, so I thought I'd have a better chance doing this in a letter. I know you don't like saying goodbye, so I'll keep my melancholic rambling short and sweet. I want to thank you with all my heart for taking care of me these past few months. Can't even imagine how exhausting it must have been for you to look after a sick old lady when you have two small children at home. I know you want me to keep fighting this disease and hoping for recovery, but it always has been a great strength of mine to know when it is time to let go, and that time has come. I like to ask you for one last favor. Please take care of Eddie after I'm gone. My poor boy puts on a brave front ever since his father died. I know he's in pain. I would be so much more at peace knowing he still has a family. Maybe he could teach the kids how to fish. He loves spending time with them. Thank you for the warmth and peace you brought my life. Give the kids a kiss for me, will ya? Carol. Yep, that was everything. The objection. I'll say the objection. Kept an old picture of Tyler's. Probably kept it close. Old business proposal. And a letter from Carol. Okay. Okay. Whew. We're at 4 hours and 30 minutes. That is a record in this stream. And we are seeing this chapter to its end.
You really want to go? You sure we've seen everything?
Yes.
Either way, I'm ready for this to be over.
Me too.
Yep. Like I said, prepare for whatever's coming. Just saying.
What are we waiting for? I want to know who was here that night. Let's try and remember who Marianne was arguing with.
Will do.
Almost. Tom Vecchi is our father?
Of course.
Bum,
It had to be.
Tessa knew, didn't she?
Yeah, she must have. That's what she didn't want to tell us.
God, Marianne and Tom?
I know.
What should we do now?
Yeah, call him out here and make him tell us what was going on.
And if he won't?
We know his secret. He will. Tom? It's Allison. We need to talk. We know it was you.
Yep, Tom is the father. That's why all the sus behavior happened and why I hate this guy 2 bits. Like, oh my gosh. Why do I hate this guy to bits? You'll see. You'll see.
Let me take the lead on this. I know him better.
Ooh.
I thought I did, anyway.
Sure. Whatever. As long as we get answers.
Ooh, he be pissed. He be pissed.
Kids, listen.
You're our father.
Getting right to the point.
Yes.
You knew how bad it got out here. How little we had. Why didn't you help Marianne?
You mean all the money she wanted? We didn't have anything to spare. Well, that winter was rough on everyone. You would have starved out here if not for all the free food we gave you.
Don't act like you had anything to do with that. That was all Tessa.
That's a cruel presumption, young man. Maybe it was Tessa's idea initially, but I supported it. And your mother was happy to live off our handouts.
Off of Tessa's handouts, not yours. Let's just cut.
You tried to burn down our barn and knocked Tyler unconscious.
I never meant to hurt anybody. You weren't supposed to be home.
Doesn't excuse the fact that you didn't even stop to help.
What do you want me to say? I panicked. I was terrified that this whole thing was gonna blow up in my face. I had to do something.
Right.
hearing me?
Yep, sorry. I'm trying really hard to keep myself from punching him in the face.
He's not even the least bit sorry for what he did. He could have seriously hurt you.
Yeah, he's just a fucking coward.
Muskrat. This guy is the muskrat.
You were here that night. You saw Marianne and Tyler. Why didn't you help?
I know it wasn't my best moment, but she threatened my life.
So you just decided to let her drown?
I didn't decide anything.
Yeah, you did.
Everything happened so fast, I panicked.
That's your excuse, you idiot. That's your freaking excuse. I don't care if you were standing there like a dodo. I knew you could have helped. You're not standing there like a dodo, you froze. You just looked at her and you let her drown. Like an evil psychopath. I'm sorry, man, but the line is drawn and someone has got to call you out on your shit.
Time I got to town, Brown was already on his way out. There was nothing else I could do.
Bullshit. Okay.
Does he really expect us to believe there wasn't anything else he could have done that night?
I don't know, Ellie. I'd rather not think about it.
The more you think about it, the more it's gonna hurt.
So what do we do now?
We tell him he's gotta fix the mess he made, one way or another.
You failed us, Tom. You need to make it right.
I'll do whatever you want. As long as none of this gets out.
Oh, let's get it out.
Excuse me?
You want me to pay for my mistakes? Fine. But please, Tessa can't know. This'd kill her.
Tessa already knows, Tom.
No. That's impossible.
Why do you think
It
she
never
was...
occurred to you the reason Tessa cut Marianne off was you?
But she
ain't dumb,
never
Tom.
said anything.
She didn't have to.
Oh, Lord.
You should try talking to your wife.
Yeah.
Maybe if you had, we wouldn't be in this situation. Maybe Marianne wouldn't be dead.
Oh, come on. You of all people should appreciate how troubled Marianne was. She was unhinged. Something like this would have happened sooner or later.
You didn't know what's going on in her life. Ooh. Preyed on her or abandoned her? That is a very good question. Let's say preyed on her.
That was convenient for you, huh? You preyed on her because she was vulnerable. And you knew you could always blame it on crazy Marianne Ronan if you got caught.
It was nothing like that. Nothing at all. Your mother was a very pretty woman.
Oh, God.
And she'd been so many places and done so many things. The way I always thought I would have. I got caught up. Love made me a fool. Look, I made mistakes. But this will not go any further than the three of us.
Oh, it's
Why?
going now.
We know. Tessa knows. Marianne's dead. There's no point in hiding it anymore.
He's afraid it'll tank his campaign. Am I wrong?
Jesus, Tom.
I've kept your secret all these years. I don't want to go spilling it. But I will if I have to.
What?
Yeah. Your little story about self-defense. I've never told anyone how Marianne really died. That night, I came out here because I was worried about your mother.
Bullshit.
do it. They made me do it. Why did they do it? This is his fault. This is his fault.
Oh boy. Oh, let's call Tyler.
Mad Hunter.
See? Same coat. Listen to the voice. No, that was their voice. No, she did not have her gun in that position. Not in the truth.
I'm not gonna hurt
She had her gun completely in the other direction.
No. No way. You're a fucking liar.
I saw what I saw.
Punch him in the face,
You're manipulating us just like you manipulated her.
Tyler!
You're not listening to this, are you?
I'm not.
Be smart about this, Allison. Are you sure you want this to get out?
Yeah, sure. Go
You've
ahead.
got
Tell.
way more here to lose than he
Your
does.
face-
His name will be all but
hypocrite.
cleared, but you'll be a killer. What will your uncle say?
He already knows, you
And
effing
Michael?
moron.
Well,
You
the
got
whole
nothing.
town might turn on you.
got nothing.
Don't touch her.
Yeah.
You know I'm right.
Just get out of here, Tom. Tyler and I need to talk alone.
Just please think twice before making any rash decisions. There are a whole lot of lives at stake.
Oh, I
here.
will.
Leave us the fuck alone. And never come back.
And this is why I never liked Tom. That's the story of why you should never trust a politician.
Allie,
Sweet words and
you
pretty
okay?
promises. All lies.
You didn't let that asshole get to you, did you? Did you?
What if he's right?
He's not.
I've been having all these nightmares about that night, and they were a lot like how Tom said. And now, when I try to remember, that's all I can see.
He's trying to mess with your head, and you're letting it work.
No, it's more than that. Ever since we started digging, I haven't been able to shake this feeling like something's off.
Something's off because he put this in your head. Don't let him get away with it.
He might not be lying. We keep getting things mixed up. We remember totally different versions of the past.
Those are just details. This isn't that. She was going to kill me.
I'm not so sure anymore, Tyler.
Oh boy. ready to face the very, very hardest part of their lives. Ready to finally see the truth. She had her gun like that. Not like that. Not where the gun is at the side. No, she had her gun the other direction. So, yeah. That one.
She had a gun pointed at me. She chased me. She said she was going to kill me.
She threatened Tom with those exact same words, with the same gun on the same pier. The thing you said to Eddie the other day got thrown back at me. Don't you think it's possible that happened here too?
I guess it's possible. Fuck. I don't know. And we're never gonna know the truth, are we? Because the second you walk away from something, that's it.
Yeah.
I guess at this point, you just have to decide what you believe.
Me?
Yeah. You need to start dealing, Allie. And that means coming to terms with whatever version of the past feels the most true to you. No more running. Whatever you choose, you gotta live with it, okay?
I feel like at that point, their heads are like synced. Okay. First time I played through this part, I was like, fuck Tom, going to this. Wait, F you, Tom. I'm not going to accept your blasphemy. Am I going to choose that again? Yes, I am definitely going to choose. I will always choose whatever is not of Tom's. I saw the other part and I don't like it. I saw what happens if you choose the other one because that's what Rambu chose on his stream. On his playthrough through this. I don't think there's that much of a difference, but to me, I want to choose the other one because of Tom and his frickin' lies. I don't believe a single word of it. Why? A politician, any good politician, knows how to spew lies and make them sound truth. This is called gaslighting. And believe me, this sounds like gaslighting to me. And plus, it just does not feel right to me. I do not care what that man says. That feels like a lie. So, as I've said before, F you, Tom, go to hell, and do not come back.
I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm going to kill you!
Stick to your memory.
I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you!
Yep, that's the one.
I'm going to kill you!
No, don't do this. Mom, no.
Allison, this isn't what Marianne couldn't face being separated from her kids again. And the only way to make sure that never happened was for all of us to go together. I know it in my heart. I saved you. I saved us.
I know. You did the right thing.
That is the truth. It makes the most sense with everything else. The other did not. It just did not. And I'm like, no. Hell no. No. This feels right. This feels right with everything. And it's sad. It is sad. But don't worry. We'll find out what happened to Tom very, very soon. Very, very soon. Don't you worry about that.
You wanna go back inside?
Yeah.
Hey, peep what I just found downstairs. What do you think? Will it have aged well, or just gone bad?
After that, yeah, definitely need a drink after that.
Cheers, I guess.
I can't believe Tom thought we'd buy that story. And that I almost did.
Yeah, I still can't believe he and Marianne. What the hell did she see in him?
She was probably just really, really lonely after she lost Leo.
I could never get that lonely.
Yeesh.
Listen, with everything that's been going on, it got me thinking about our voice.
Keep it.
Like, that maybe we should stop using it.
Heck no, you should keep it.
I just don't trust it, and I think we'll be better off without it. This morning, I kept getting these horrible visions. Of you and Marianne and Eddie.
Visions? Like our memories?
Yeah, but different. It was all my worst thoughts brought to life. You were in my bedroom saying I abandoned you. Eddie called me a snake.
I'm sorry. I should have been there for you.
It's okay, I was the one who walked out. I can't let that happen again.
I don't think it will. Something's been pushing us to find answers. And now we have them. Maybe I'm wrong. And if it stays bad, we can stop. But I really want to keep what makes us, us.
Keep the voice.
The
It
Mad
makes you
Hunter
cool.
was forced to remain below the lake with the Moon Hag, but she did not kill him, because even reduced to just one hand, he was too useful a servant. Lo, he plotted
What do you
the day
think?
he would emerge.
Brothers and
To
sisters?
once again hunt the wise princess and earn back his left hand.
Always.
And that is the story of how the crafty goblins rescued the wise princess from the Mad Hunter.
Nina. I want them to keep the voice because it's cool, and honestly, I would love something. Being myself, probably. There'd be probably a bit more cons than there are pros, but at the same time, it kind of makes me feel less alone. So personally, I would want to keep the voice because it's cool. Plus, it would be helpful to help one another in times of, like, emotional crisis. Especially if someone has a friggin' panic attack. I think he was exhausting his power too much to where maybe he couldn't really hear Allison that well. That's one theory anyway. 6 months later. So November, December, January, February, March, April, May. Ooh, it's all the way in May. Ooh, Tyler got a haircut. Nice.
One last look. I'm good to go.
Okay. Eagle! Hello, Mr. Eagle. How are you doing today?
Hey, it's...
They still have the book. Why does the book look different? Cool. I would read all of these, but I'm a little too tired to do so.
Me.
Hey, me.
House is empty. I'm getting ready to head out. So, last chance. Is there anything you want me to do while I'm in town?
Listen, Ty, you're dropping off the keys with Tina, right?
Yep. Gonna leave them at her office on my way to the ferry.
Well, that's it then.
How's Juneau?
Big and full of people, even without tourists. Michael's been writing up rules for the apartment. I need your support against his whole food policy.
Just refuse to sign anything until I get there. Okay?
Okay, but you better hurry. If he gets his way, we'll only have one small shelf for junk food.
What? Heresy. I'm gonna need like twice that just for snack cakes after my surgery next month.
I know, right? This cannot stand.
How are you?
Good, actually. Really good. You?
Same. You know, emptying the house really cleared my head out.
Thanks for doing that. The observatory really needed me this week. And after everything that happened, I just felt like I needed to keep some miles between me and Delos Crossing.
No worries. You still loving your therapist?
Gail, yes. I was actually just doing some letter writing she assigned me as homework. It really helped me get some perspective.
That sounds awesome.
Yay, she got a therapist!
Did you see the article I sent you about Tom losing the election?
Ah, yes. I saw your message right before Derby practice, so I didn't have time to read it. But I did cackle at the headline.
Did you picture Tom's face whenever you went in for a block?
No, but that is a great idea.
Anyways, I'm glad Tessa finally left his ass. Karma is a bitch.
Yes!
Okay, I'm gonna hang up now.
See you tonight.
Okay, I'm gonna take one last walk through the house and then head to the ferry.
Drive safe.
Pretty sure that's the only way possible in the old Allison Mobile.
Love you, Tyler.
Love you.
So basically, Alice went to the observatory, and if anyone knows what an observatory is, it's basically a place where you can look at stars. So my guess is she pretty much just left. She resigned from working at Tessa's shop and went to the observatory for work, which makes total sense. I would totally... This will totally be a good way. After finding everything out, just being like, you know what? I'm gonna cut ties and just go somewhere else. Bye. Peace. Go to the therapist. Good. That's a good sign. That means she definitely was getting help about her panic attacks and all those issues. Definitely a need. And Derby. She's basically making her life for herself. And in this stream and in this household, I support making a life for yourself and getting through the obstacles of your life. I am very much supporting of getting up from all the downs. Okay. So first of all, hey goblins. Word in town is you guys finally sold the house. Came by tonight to help you fix what needs to be fixed, but nobody home. You gone already? Things each so fast these days. Anyway, you should know where you find me. If you want me to fix things. If you're still in town, I mean. It's getting late and I'm pretty tired. Oh, and I'm sorry for acting like a stupid ass. I am. Everywhere I look, I think about what I used to be and been trying to do better, but I think I might be too late for an old bear like me. Not sure this will reach you. It's getting late. Call me if you're still around. Be safe. Sam. P.S. I wish it was easy to fix everything as a boat. Aww. Oh my gosh. Observatory. Michael with Epson. So Tyler too. Oh, cool.
Sucks to suck, Thomas Anthony Vecchi.
Vinny Vecchi lost. This scout declared victory in her bid for re-election over controversial challenger Thomas Vecchi with almost 66% of the vote. Scout's triumph over the widest margin of victory in Dell's Crostic history. Her rival, local businessman Vecchi, sparked much debate on the community over his gun control policies, but Scout's success has been mainly attributed to her willingness to reach across party lines. Many of the community say her re-election came to no surprise. According to sources close to city council, Scout invited Vecchi to join her marginal cabinet, but Vecchi refused. Vecchi declined to comment on the election results, except to say that he plans to focus on his family and other business pursuits. Some of the community were baffled by his comment, given the recent shattering Vecchi's business as highly popular Tessa's Cafe, managed by his wife Tessa Vecchi. In a separate statement, Mrs. Vecchi announced that she was ending her thriving business to focus on personal and spiritual matters. She dumped his butt. And that is all that matters to me.
Huh. Well, at least she finally dumped his ass.
Dearest Tyler and Addison, I am writing this letter from Juneau International Airport, where I will soon board and plane to Melania on a missionary assignment. I apologize for not coming in person to say goodbye, but I was called to make this decision alone, and to carry it out on my own as well. I am sure you understand that sometimes we must follow without question the prompting of the Spirit. I will not be coming back to Dell's Crossing for some time. Before I go, there is something I feel I must confess to you both. Perhaps because I have never found the strength to confront my husband, I have never been able to forgive Marianne for her betrayal. I truly did love you both like my own children, so I always tried to forgive your mother for her unapologetic lifestyle. But when I discovered that you, through her affair with my Thomas. I wanted her to suffer like I was suffering, and I brought down on your house the wrath I never dared allow to unfold in mine. I've been deeply ashamed all these years, and I'm surprised how much better I feel with it out in the open. The greatest thing about the truth is the peace that it brings to your life. I hope you can find it in your hearts to forgive me. You've taught me once again how to love will bring you further in life, something that Marianne had been trying to show me all along. Take care of each other, always, in his steps. Tessa. This is why you build bridges, not fences. And this is why I chose to forgive her instead. It's in my nature to forgive people more than hold grudges.
Man,
it's always been that
seeing
way.
it empty is so weird, but at least it's the last time I'll ever have to.
See it again? Yes. Now, if only I can get... Cool. Must be a relief to finally be done with that place. No doubt. If traffic's not too bad, I should be back at our place around 4 p.m. Haha, traffic in Delos. Only if the Millbot bandit escapes. Hey, I'm making that biscuit thing you like. Damn, on my way. I'll probably take out some fire hydrants and stop signs. Don't die. I'll keep it warm. See you in a few. Tyler. Smiley face. Oh my gosh. Grinning emoji. I love when it says that. Yes. Yes. The ship has definitely sailed. I do think they're dating. And I'm happy. I'm so happy. This is my aunt's room, but not anymore. Goodbye, house. See you later. Down here. Let's check the bathroom. I don't know why I'm talking like this. Oh my goodness. Fish. Oh wow. Fair enough. Oh yeah, there's a toilet. It's just hiding. Time to go upstairs. Floating world domination. Let's do this one first.
Certainly hope the new owners are Mr. or Mrs. Fix-It. Goodbye, broom. Goodbye, room. Goodbye, man on the moon? For posterity.
Oh my gosh, that is adorable. I love it to bits. Oh my gosh, we have reached 5 hours. Oh my lord. That's a record. We didn't go through just 4 hours. No. We went through 5 hours. Am I crazy? Probably. Let's not do it again? Yes, definitely. Though, definitely not on a Sunday. I would probably cry. Fuzzy Bandit puts Vale in peril once again. Oh my gosh. I just love the fact that a raccoon is like messing with the mailboxes, and that's like the most exciting thing in Devil's Crossing. That's funny to me.
Gonna miss this.
One more jog down memory lane, Mr. Ronan?
Hey, I'm having a private moment with me, myself, and I here.
Okay, carry on.
Yep, that's a subtle sign of saying they kept the voice. And you better believe I was fighting for that. Whew. Okay. Anything here? Oh, what just happened? Whoa. I've gone down here before. Whoa, what the heck?
Still no beavers. Well, I'm right behind you guys.
Never just thought to explore around the whole acre. Oh my gosh, you could literally skip stones? How have I never thought of this before? Ooh, pretty good. Pretty good, Ronan. Kind of reminds me of Hagrid skipping stones in the lake. Just a little bit. I'm having a private moment with me, myself, and I here. Oh. Tired brain playing tricks on me. Got it.
Yeah, time to move on.
I mean, just look at it. So pretty. My gosh, the graphics in this game are so beautiful. So good. Right. Chef's kiss. Someone must have been getting through a headache, some stress, and probably some sanity to get this game good. Because definitely when it comes to a project like this, it's going to be a lot of passion into it.
Everything okay, Ty?
Actually, yeah. Everything really is.
Okie doke. Anything I should look? Okay. Oh wait, I already looked at the woman fights. Okey-doke.
It's too bad Tessa closed her cafe. That other place just doesn't quite hit the spot.
I think she closed her cafe because she wanted to get away from
I should have probably run these by his
accessible.
place. Or just drop them off at Bernie's.
Okay. I think I'm good. I can leave and say bye-bye, house. I'm Nisha. Bye, Tyrone. Goodbye. See you. Good riddance.
Well, this is goodbye for real, I guess.
I swear I thought that said 5.
Hey, Aaron. It's Ty. Tyler Ronan. I thought I'd catch you on your break between sessions, but I guess you're going long with another rebel with too many causes. I know I haven't reached out since I left Fireweed, but I just wanted to say, well, you were right about grief. About it going in circles. This morning, I was out on the porch staring at the fog, and my mother, she just tumbled right out of me. But it was okay. It actually felt good to remember.
Moose! You get the moose! Oh,
Anyway,
I forgot to check the car. Oops.
Give me a call back if you get a chance.
Okay.
I'll see you around. And thank you.
Okay, something I totally forgot to do in this game was check the car, and in the car there's a picture with, Michael and Tyler. So, yeah, they are a couple, okay? I forgot to check that. I'm sorry. I know I failed. But at the same time, they did kiss. That is a win. And I like wins. Maybe sometime I'll return to this game. But not now. No, just finish this game. Another time. And we got the credits. Alright. Well, that's my playthrough of this game. I know there's some stuff at the end, but I'm gonna take this time of the credits to mention what I plan to do. Next stream, I'm just thinking of Sims, going back to Sims, taking a chill pill. Maybe it was a little bit much. Not gonna lie, it was a bit much. So yeah. Lawrence Gattard. Yeah. Great illustration, Florence. Great. Environment team, perspective. Game team, game direction. Florent, again, great. I love this game. When I first played it, I told him there's so many circles that probably made me cry, they made me frustrated. And that's when I thought to myself, I want to play this again on stream. And it was so much fun. So much fun. I might just play Sims, or maybe play Dark Parables. It's a Hidden Objects game series. I'm gonna play all the ones I can play. There's one I probably can't. I'm not on Steam anyway. I'll have to find another way to get it. If I can. So far hasn't been shown on screen, so we'll just probably deal with just a game summary of what happened and be on our merry way to the next one. But that's further into the story, so we don't need to worry about that yet. What I am gonna do is play the first one. Probably next time. Maybe just Dark Parables, or maybe doing Dragon Age again. But this time, restart it. I started like last year, and I think maybe it's time I delete that character and try something else. I do want to pick some of the similar things I did last time, but maybe I don't know. I'd have to put the music low and pray, just pray that the voices and the other stuff, that's fine. I've heard the music like a billion times over by now. But yeah. Those are my plans at the moment. So, depending on what I'm feeling next weekend, I do think I'm going to save Minecraft for when I feel like it. I am going to do it in October, but I don't know if next weekend I will do that. I would have to get the game first. I would need to do a bit of thinking on that one. But I am planning on doing Minecraft the first time. I watched a lot of Minecraft videos, but never played the game myself. And I know one thing that a lot of Minecraft streamers have in common is that they wish they had filmed their first time. Or had some kind of record of it. That's why I'm streaming it. Because I don't think anybody would have a nickel compared to what I had. So, watched a lot of Minecraft videos, did not have any experience with the game myself. Streaming the game, yeah, that's totally gonna bring some eyes. I'm hoping anyway. But yeah. I'm hoping. So, yeah. I'll be playing something next week. It depends on if I want to chill stream, or if I want to get off the high of playing more story-based games. It really depends. But I think after this one, I think maybe we should do a sim stream just to have a breather. Just to have a breather. And we are on close to 5 hours. We're on 5 hours and 25 minutes. That was a record for me. And usually, I've been only doing 2 hours. So the past 2 streams going farther than that? Bonus! But yeah. So, we'll see how I feel next weekend. This is as far as my plan does go. Those are the games I'm planning on doing anyway. I would probably do Dark Parables if I feel like a chill stream, but also a story-based game, because Parables is another word for stories. And the Dark Parables games are really fun for me, because it brings back a part of my childhood. And also, they are the first few games bring that creepy vibe that really fits with this month, so I really do think that starting on the Dark Parables games this month would definitely be good, because I really do love playing those games, and Hidden Objects games are fun for me. I remember playing them when I was a really young kid, and it was something me and my mom loved to do. Good times. Really good times. Tyler and Allison. Allison was grateful they completed Marianne's puzzle. 84 completed the puzzle. That's interesting. 16% force just open. I wonder if they just did it for fun. Allison felt that standing by the twins' memories was the right thing. What? What is this? What is this? Oh my gosh. That either shows that they were standing by the twins' memory, or they did not believe Tom's BS. That's like a 1 in a million statistic. I've never seen, like, if there were stats in a choice-based game, I have never seen it 100% like this. I have never seen nobody choosing that option. That is like a low percent. That is insane. That baffles me. And breaks my brain. Because I can't comprehend how nobody would just choose that for just funsies. Or they were just so pissed at Tom, or maybe thought of the whole political aspect and just said, nope, that's bullshit. That's insane. The twins trusted their bond and kept their voice. 5% let the voice go. 5. 95 chose to keep their voice. 95. That basically shows a very interesting question of what would happen if you were having a choice between giving up your power or keeping it. 95 would choose to keep it. 95. That's insane. Eddie was relieved that Allison accepted responsibility in the murder. 67% confessed the truth. Oh, and 33. This probably is a bit more realistic for me, because not everyone is willing to confess something like that at the time. No one understands. It happens. But yeah, that's a huge step. Sam felt understood by Allison. 70 chose to listen. 30 chose to confront Sam about his addiction. Either one of these have like a different ending for him. That letter was kind of just sad. The other one was like, I think he was getting help for that, because I felt so bad choosing the other option, because it confronted to him about his addiction, and I felt it was a little too blunt and not in my place, and I felt so bad. That's why I did not choose to talk about it and just be polite. Because, my gosh, did I not want to have to deal with that. Michael. So closer to Tyler. 71% kissed Michael. That means 71%. There's a 71% of this ship. Got these. We got these boys and girls and everybody else. 29 did not kiss Michael. And we deal with that. Suicide hotline or anything important, they are all here for your pleasure. Which is a sort of way of saying, yeah, she did die of suicide. You wouldn't think it, but you'd be like, why would that be there? There's implying of suicide or something like that. But, we're exiting this game. Going back to just chatting. Okay. Well, that will be the stream. Yep, it will be the stream. Oh my gosh, it is like 5 hours and 32 minutes. Sheesh. This is a long one. Well, next week will either be Sims, chill, or some other form of chill. Who knows? Maybe I'll get brave and try to do Minecraft. Who knows? Anyway, that will be it for the stream. And if you want to check more playthroughs of different games, maybe in the past, you can always check my other playlists, my other stuff. There are tons of them there, even like my Sims streams, what the hell I've been doing for the past time. But anyway, hopefully this will be up by tomorrow, if not tonight, I don't know. Hopefully I remember to do so, because I try to do the video of the streams after I just streamed, because that's just how I am. Anyway, so I'm gonna hit ending now. So I don't know if I'll stream next week. Maybe I'll take a break and take that for myself. So yeah, this month I might have a few things going on, so it's kind of up in the air of when I will be streaming. I will try to stream Friday nights. We will see how that goes. But don't expect anything. Okay? I'll try to stream next weekend. We'll see what happens. Either way, it is late, and I should sign off. So, goodbye!